Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. It was the sound of the engine that first caught his attention, that strange hum. Not the steady rhythm he'd grown used to after countless hours behind the wheel, but something different. Off-key, like a whisper in the night. Henry adjusted the rearview mirror, blinking at the reflection of the dark street stretching ahead. Nothing but streetlights flickering in the distance, casting long shadows on the worn pavement. He glanced back at his phone screen. A ride share. Request. A simple job, a simple fare. But something about it felt wrong. The app was open, the ping clear, and the details were standard. Pick up at Green Hill Avenue, a quiet neighborhood where the houses stood dark, most of them still with the occasional light spilling from a window. The time was 1:43 a.m., a godforsaken hour for anyone to be on the streets. And yet, he couldn't resist. The ride was close, just a block away, maybe two. A quick fare, an easy fare. But as Henry slowly drove down the street, the hairs on the back of his neck prickled. The road seemed to narrow as he neared his destination, the streetlights, too far apart now, leaving pools of darkness that swallowed the night. There was no sign of movement, no one standing on a corner, no rustle of leaves in the breeze, just the quiet. And then, from the corner of his eye, he saw her. She stood just beneath the light of a single flickering street lamp. At first he thought she was a shadow, a trick of the light, perhaps the remnants of a dream still clinging to him. But no. There she was, a woman, tall, her silhouette sharp against the faint glow, her figure outlined in red. Her dress, scarlet and flowing, almost seemed to shimmer, as though it were woven from something otherworldly. Her face was hidden in shadow, framed by dark hair that hung past her shoulders in an untidy cascade. He slowed the car, his foot hesitant on the brake. Was she waiting for him? The thought sent a quick shiver down his spine. The app confirmed the location, arriving at destination. He swallowed hard, as if trying to force down an unsettling premonition that had settled deep in his chest. When he came to a stop, the woman didn't move, didn't approach, just stood there, motionless. There was no sign of urgency in her posture. She didn't seem to hurry. It was as if she were waiting, expecting something, or perhaps someone. Henry checked the rearview mirror once more. He couldn't explain it, but the quiet seemed too thick now, too oppressive, as if the world had been swallowed by the night. He shook his head and reached for the door handle. He could cancel the ride, but that would mean leaving her standing there, alone, at this hour. Something about her compelled him to act. Maybe it was his need for a fare, his sense of obligation to complete the ride. The woman finally turned, her steps deliberate but slow, as if each movement required an effort. She didn't speak when she reached the door, just opened it and slid into the back seat, settling down with an unsettling grace. Henry glanced back at her once she was inside, but she gave him no greeting. Her eyes, dark and unblinking, fixed straight ahead. He could feel her gaze even without meeting it, sharp and penetrating, like she could see through him, past his facade, to something buried deep within him. He tried to steady himself. This wasn't his first late-night ride, after all. He had seen drunk passengers, tired commuters, even a few strange ones, but this felt different. His instincts were yelling at him to drive away, to speed off into the night and forget this strange encounter. But no, he told himself, it was just a woman, probably just coming from a party, wanting to get home. Nothing more. "What's your name?" he asked. his voice sounding thin and weak to his own ears, as if the words themselves were hesitant to break the silence. Her response was quiet, as if her words were pulled from the depths of her throat. "Alice. Alice," Henry repeated. "Where are we headed?" Her voice, when it came, was soft, barely above a whisper. "Out of town. To the countryside." She paused, and Henry could feel the weight of her silence pressing down on him. "Take the highway and keep going straight." The cold air in the car seemed to intensify. He glanced over at the GPS, his hand resting on the steering wheel. It was showing a simple route, nothing out of the ordinary. But as he began to drive, the darkness outside seemed to deepen, more oppressive, more enveloping. The car hummed steadily, the engine's sound a low drone in the night. But then something odd happened. The road before him, the familiar stretch of pavement, the simple curve of it, began to look different. The streetlights flickered in rapid succession, as if the night were alive, its own creature bending and shifting. Henry's knuckles whitened on the wheel. Something wasn't right. His foot pressed harder on the accelerator, trying to shake off the nagging feeling in his chest. He turned to glance at Alice in the rearview mirror, but she hadn't moved. She was still staring out the window. Her face was half hidden in shadow, but now he could see her mouth, slightly parted as though she were breathing deeply, almost as though she were whispering to herself. He couldn't hear any words, just the faint, rhythmic sound of her breath. The road twisted ahead, but when he glanced at the GPS again, he saw the map had changed. The route, once simple and direct, was now filled with strange turns, unmarked roads leading into places he had never seen. His eyes widened as he pulled up the route again, trying to reset it, but no matter what he did, the map remained the same. It was as though the world around him had shifted, had warped, and he was driving deeper into an unknown land. Alice didn't acknowledge the change. She didn't seem to care. She just sat there, perfectly still, her eyes now fixed forward, her lips moving in silence. Henry felt it then. The temperature inside the car had dropped, the air thick with cold, so cold that he could see his breath fogging up the windshield. He reached for the heater, turning the dial up, but the warmth didn't come. The cold clung to his skin, biting through his jacket. He turned his attention back to Alice, hoping for a simple answer, something that could explain the sudden chill, the distorted GPS. But when he looked at her in the mirror, his stomach dropped. She was no longer just a woman sitting in the back seat. Her eyes had changed. They were wider now, far too wide, as if her face had been stretched and pulled into something inhuman. Her lips were trembling, quivering as though she were trying to say something, but the words would not come. Then, just as quickly as it happened, the look passed. But in that instant, Henry understood. He understood on a primal level that something was terribly, terribly wrong. The night deepened, its hold tightening around the car like a vice, pressing in on Henry's chest until he could hardly breathe. He wiped his sweaty palms on his pants and checked the rearview mirror again, still unable to shake the image of Alice's wide, unblinking eyes. Her gaze hadn't moved since that moment. She stared straight ahead, her face frozen, her lips parting ever so slightly, too slightly, as if she were holding back a breath that shouldn't be there, a breath that didn't belong to a living being. Henry turned his attention back to the road, gripping the wheel so tightly his knuckles whitened. The headlights illuminated the road ahead, but it didn't feel like the same road he'd been driving on just minutes ago. There was an eerie, surreal quality to it now, as though the pavement beneath him no longer belonged to the familiar world he had known. It felt off, twisted, like the asphalt was somehow breathing, pulsing, alive. The trees lining the sides of the highway had become thick with shadow, their branches clawing at the night sky like skeletal hands. The moon, which had once hung so bright in the sky, had become a distant, forgotten presence, swallowed by a dark cloud that now loomed overhead. The temperature dropped even further, so much so that Henry could feel the icy tendrils creeping through the seams of his jacket, down his spine, and curling around his fingers. He adjusted the heater again, but it was as if the cold was emanating from the very air around him, refusing to be pushed back. The air felt alive, almost electric, like it was charged with something ancient and unseen. A low hum began to reverberate through the car's metal frame, a vibration that was so subtle at first, Henry thought it was just his nerves. But it grew, stronger, louder, until it became a droning, gnawing sound that seemed to fill the car and the space around him, a sound that didn't seem to come from anywhere. It wasn't the engine, nor the tires on the road, but something deeper, something inside the car itself. Alice didn't move. She didn't react. She sat there like a ghost, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Where are we going? Henry's voice cracked as he forced the words out, even though he wasn't sure he wanted an answer. He already knew in the deepest part of him, that whatever she said would only make things worse. Alice didn't answer. Immediately, she let the silence stretch, the tension building with each passing second until it became unbearable. Henry's grip tightened on the wheel. He wasn't sure how long it had been since he had first picked her up. Minutes, hours. Time seemed to distort the longer he drove. The road stretched on, never ending, the headlights barely illuminating the stretch of asphalt before them. The countryside, Alice finally whispered, her voice so soft that it seemed to blend with the air itself. Her words barely registered, but they cut through the silence like a blade, sharp and cold. The countryside, the vague destination that had started this journey. Henry had assumed she was simply referring to a rural area, maybe a farmhouse or an isolated property. But now, with the unnerving sense of time slipping away and the roads never ending, he wondered if the countryside was simply a metaphor for something much more sinister. A place where rules didn't apply, where reality itself was warped. Don't, Henry started, but his voice faltered. Where exactly are we going in the countryside? You never said. What's the address? She didn't respond. There was no acknowledgement, no turn of her head, nothing. Just that awful silence that filled the car. He glanced at her in the rearview mirror again, his eyes darting back quickly when he saw her mouth moving once more. She wasn't speaking, no. Her lips were trembling as if she were trying to say something, but her words refused to form. Her hands were still folded in her lap, as still as her body, yet there was something about her that made his skin crawl. Her presence was unnerving, almost as if she didn't belong in the world at all. The road stretched on, longer than it had any right to. There should have been a sign, a junction, a break in the monotony, but there was nothing. The trees had turned into thick, twisted silhouettes that loomed over the car, their branches seeming to stretch towards the vehicle like clawed fingers. The headlights barely pierced the darkness, illuminating only a few feet ahead. Henry's mind raced. What was happening? Where was he? He felt his stomach churn, the knot of dread growing tighter and tighter in his chest. He knew on some level that he should have turned around by now, should have driven back to the nearest town, to a place where other people existed, where there was light and warmth. But for some reason, he couldn't. It was like the road itself had taken hold of him, forcing him onward, pulling him further away from anything familiar, from anything safe. He didn't know why, but he couldn't. Seemed to break free from the pull of the car, from Alice, from whatever strange force was working against him. He turned to Alice again. Her face was still obscured in shadow, but the vague shape of her features was more defined now, her skin pale against the darkness. Her eyes were wide open, unblinking, staring straight ahead, as though they were locked onto something far off in the distance. He opened his mouth to speak again, But before he could form the words, the car suddenly lurched, throwing him forward against the seatbelt. The headlights flickered, and for a moment, the world outside seemed to distort, twisting, spinning, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn open. The world outside the car became a blur of motion, the trees and the road a smear of grey and black. The hum inside the car grew louder, more intense, vibrating through his bones. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The road in front of him had changed. The asphalt was cracked and uneven, the streetlights now replaced by twisted, gnarled trees that lined the road like ancient sentinels. The horizon had vanished, swallowed up by an endless void. The sky itself had taken on a strange hue, a sickly pale green that seemed to pulse, alive with something unnatural. Alice didn't react. She didn't seem to notice any of it. Her expression remained the same, blank, vacant, unfeeling. Henry's pulse hammered in his ears as he slammed his foot onto the brake, the car skidding to a halt in the middle of the road. The tires screeched in protest, and the car jerked forward as if the road itself were pulling at it. He turned to Alice again, his voice shaky as he demanded, "What is this? What's happening?" Alice's lips parted, but it was not a sound he heard. No, it was a voice that came from within him, from the deepest recesses of his mind. It wasn't Alice's voice, not exactly, but it sounded like her. The words, though soft and slow, seemed to reverberate in his chest, as if they were being spoken directly into his soul. "Keep going," it said. The cold air in the car grew more intense, biting into his skin until his teeth chattered and his fingers trembled on the wheel. But it wasn't the cold that frightened him most. It was the growing sense of something following him, something close, something waiting in the shadows just outside the reach of his headlights. He wanted to look, but he couldn't. He couldn't pull his eyes from the road. He couldn't tear himself away from the car, from Alice, from whatever force was pulling him onward. With a surge of adrenaline, he slammed the car back into drive, his foot pressing harder on the accelerator than before, desperate to outrun the growing terror. The road twisted further, and Henry's head spun. The darkness seemed to close in around him, the trees pressing in tighter, the air thick with the scent of decay and rot. The road stretched before him, but no matter how far he drove, there was no end, no sign of civilization, no turning back. He glanced at the GPS again, only to find that the map had disappeared entirely. There was nothing now but a blank screen. No destination, no route, no way forward. He slammed his fist on the dashboard in frustration, but the anger was short-lived. A shadow moved in the corner of his vision, just outside the window. A figure that hadn't been there before. It was too dark to make out any details at first, but Henry could see the outline of someone, moving through the trees at the edge of the road. It was tall, impossibly tall, its shape almost blending into the darkness, like something that didn't belong in the world of the living. And then, for just a fraction of a second, he saw it clearly. Its face, a face that wasn't a face at all, just a void, a hollow darkness that seemed to stretch into infinity, an abyss that consumed all light and sound. Henry's breath caught in his throat as his eyes flew back to the road ahead. But it was too late. The figure was already moving toward the car, its long, gnarled hands reaching out. The figure at the edge of the road moved, but not with the fluidity of a human. It seemed to lurch, its limbs unnaturally long, stretching in ways that defied reason, as if it existed in a space where physical laws had ceased to apply. Henry's heart hammered in his chest, a frantic, rhythmic drumming that drowned out every other sound. The air grew heavier, thicker, until it felt like he was breathing through a dense fog, every inhale sharp with the taste of panic. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, the leather of his palms slick with sweat, but he couldn't look away from the darkness just beyond the headlights. His eyes flicked nervously to the rearview mirror. Alice still sat motionless in the back seat, her eyes staring straight ahead, her lips parted slightly, the faintest trace of a smile curling at the edges. Henry's breath came in shallow bursts. He could feel something creeping into the car, something that wasn't air, wasn't wind, something that slithered into his very bones. The figure moved again, its silhouette now clearer, tall, too tall for any human being, with limbs like elongated branches, thin and impossibly crooked. Its face, no, not a face, not exactly, was a void, a black expanse so deep it seemed to pull in the surrounding darkness, devouring it. A mouth, or was it simply an absence? Henry could feel the air around him grow still, the car's interior, now suffocating, as though the shadows outside were feeding on the space between him and Alice. He gripped the wheel harder, his knuckles white. His eyes darted back to Alice, his voice barely a whisper, the words trembling as they escaped his throat. "What is that?" Her smile deepened, stretching just enough to reveal the barest hint of sharp teeth. It wasn't a smile that comforted or reassured. It was a smile that chilled the very marrow of his bones. "Keep going." Alice's voice came again, soft, almost melodic, but with a coldness to it that wasn't there before. The voice echoed in his mind, a hollow call that seemed to reverberate from somewhere deep within the car, beneath the seats, in the very air around him. "Keep going." Henry wanted to scream. He wanted to turn the car around, to drive back in the wall, direction from which he had come, but there was no turning back. The road ahead had twisted and warped, becoming something unrecognizable. The trees that lined the highway were no longer trees, not in the way he understood them. They were twisted shapes, their branches bending and curling in ways that were not natural, like fingers reaching for him. And the shadowy figure outside had stopped moving. It had simply appeared next to the car. The figure was standing now at the window, just inches from the glass, its breath, if it even breathed, coming in short, sharp gasps, like the rasp of a creature that had never inhaled fresh air before. Henry's stomach lurched, and the temperature inside the car plummeted, the cold seeping through the cracks, biting his skin like ice. He didn't dare look at the mirror again. If he did, he knew, he just knew. The thing would be there, its face, or lack of one, staring back at him with its empty, hungry gaze. And Alice in the back seat remained utterly still, as though nothing had changed, as though the figure outside was simply a part of the night, an uninvited passenger. But it was not. Henry's pulse quickened. He needed to get out. He needed to do something, anything. But the car refused to obey. His foot pressed harder on the gas, but the car didn't accelerate. It wasn't moving faster. The road remained the same, the headlights illuminating only a few feet of pavement, swallowed by an abyss of shadow. It felt like the car was stuck in place, like time itself had stopped. In the rearview mirror, Henry caught another glimpse of Alice. She was still smiling, her lips curling wider now, revealing the full length of her teeth. They weren't human. They weren't sharp either, not in a conventional sense. They were jagged, uneven, as though they were shards of glass, or something even worse. And as her mouth opened slightly wider, he could hear it. A low, almost imperceptible hum emanating from the back seat. It wasn't her voice this time, it wasn't a whisper. It was a sound, a vibration, like something ancient and unknowable was making itself known, making itself felt in the very fabric of the air, like it was waiting for something, waiting for him. Henry wanted to reach for the door, to fling it open and run into the night, but the thought of leaving the car made him sick. The moment his hand touched the handle, he felt a strange compulsion to remain, to stay. The air thickened further, as though the very atmosphere outside the car was alive, pressing in on him, growing heavier with each passing second. There was a faint smell now, decay. Not the smell of something dead, but something rotting beneath. The earth, hidden away, forgotten, waiting to be uncovered. He turned to look at Alice once more, his eyes wide, his breath ragged. She was no longer smiling. She was watching him now, her eyes locked onto his, filled with an intense hunger. Not a physical hunger, no. It was something far worse. It was a hunger for his very soul. "You're afraid," she said softly, the words now more like a hum, vibrating through the air. "You're afraid of what you can't see. But you feel it, don't you?" Her voice was no longer human, not entirely. It was layered, distorted, as though 1,000 voices were speaking through her at once. Some sounded like whispers, others like screams, and others still like a soft, sorrowful croon, like the wind through a crypt. Each voice layered on top of the other, blending into a single terrifying chorus. The shadow outside the car moved again, but it wasn't a figure anymore. It had expanded, grown into something else. It had multiplied. It was no longer standing next to the window. It was surrounding the car, pressing in from all sides, its long limbs coiling around the vehicle like vines, like the tendrils of something vast and impossible, something ancient. Henry's heart raced as the sound of scraping metal filled the air. The figure was not just standing next to the car, it was inside it somehow. Its presence was there, clawing at the car, scraping against the windows, pressing against the glass with something heavy, something dark. Alice's voice rose again, a twisted lullaby that seemed to echo from the car's very interior, from the space between the seats, from the air around them. "Do you feel it, Henry? The weight of the world pressing in on you." The world outside the car was nothing now. It was just a black void, a space without end, a space that reached into the deepest corners of his mind and dragged him with it. The night itself seemed to breathe, pulsing with a rhythm that was neither natural nor comforting. He could feel it, the suffocating grip of it, tightening around his chest. The longer he stayed, the more suffocating the atmosphere became, the more the darkness seemed to press in on him. There was a sound now, a distinct thud, like something heavy falling from above. Henry's breath caught as his eyes flicked upward. For a brief, terrifying moment, he thought he saw something move in the dark sky, a shape, too large to be a bird, too irregular to be any natural thing. It was dark, an ink blot against the black void of the night, its edges ragged and undefined, and then, in a flash of horrible clarity, Henry realized the truth. It wasn't just the road that had changed. The world had changed. The very fabric of reality had shifted. He wasn't driving on a highway anymore. He wasn't in the same place. He wasn't even in the same world. The car was floating in an abyss, a chasm of darkness that reached on forever. The road was nothing but a fragment of some forgotten place, some broken sliver of a reality that had torn itself apart, leaving only fragments behind. And Alice? No, it was the key. She had always been the key, the one who had opened the door to this nightmare. Henry's mind reeled, but before he could process what was happening, a voice from the rearview mirror snapped him back to the present. "You're mine now, Henry," Alice, or whatever it was, whispered, the words curling around his spine like icy fingers. Forever and ever. His body froze, his heart pounding in his chest. The figure was inside the car now, its presence enveloping him entirely. The world outside, the road, the trees, the very night, was gone. And in its place, there was only darkness. The darkness around him wasn't just blackness. It was alive. It pressed in on Henry like a heavy weight, pushing the air from his lungs, making it difficult to think, to breathe. The car's interior seemed to contract, the walls closing in, on him. And yet, no matter how hard he tried to open the door, no matter how hard he pressed his hand against the handle, it wouldn't budge. The locks were engaged, but it was something more, Something deeper, like the very essence of the world outside, had disappeared, leaving him alone in this suffocating vacuum with Alice and the thing that had taken her place. His heart was a drum in his chest, each beat loud and thudding in his ears. He couldn't escape the sound of it, couldn't escape the suffocating weight that pressed against him, like 1,000 invisible hands closing in from every direction. The seat beneath him felt wrong, the leather too cold, too unyielding, as though it had taken on the rigidity of stone. And then there were the voices. They started as whispers, soft, distant, barely audible beneath the hum of the car's engine, the tires on the road. At first, Henry thought it was his mind playing tricks on him. He had to be imagining it, right? The weight of fear, of isolation, pressing down so hard on him that his mind was fracturing. But no, the voices were real. They grew louder, too clear, to ignore, and too familiar in their cadence to be anything but intentional. The voices, distant yet close, seemed to speak to him directly. Some were soothing, like a lullaby sung from a mother to a child, while others were sharp, angry, accusing, like a cacophony of emotions trapped inside one frail human body. His hands trembled as he reached for the radio dial, desperate to drown out the voices, desperate to hear something, anything, other than the whispers slithering under his skin. But the radio wasn't working. No music, no static. Only the low hum that vibrated from the depths of the dashboard, the voices rising with it. "Henry, it's your fault." The voice came from the rearview mirror, and it was Alice's voice. The sound of her name was like an echo from a distant dream, one that Henry couldn't quite place. He had never met a woman named Alice. He had never seen anyone who looked even remotely like her. But here she was, sitting behind him, her presence overwhelming, suffocating, as though she had always been there, watching him from the shadows of his mind. The voice again, this time closer, more insistent. "It's your fault, Henry. You brought me here." His head snapped toward the rearview mirror again, his eyes scanning the glass for any sign of movement, but the back seat remained empty. No Alice, no woman in the red dress, nothing but the darkened interior, illuminated only by the faint glow of the dashboard. The car, which had once felt like a safe place, now felt like a cage. A cage with no exit, no way out, and the air inside the car grew heavier still, thick with the smell of damp earth, like he was trapped in a crypt, buried beneath the ground. He turned to look out the window, desperate for any sign of the road that might give him some sense of direction, but the view outside was a blur of motion. The trees, if they could be called trees, had changed again. They were no longer the twisted skeletal shapes of the previous stretch of road. Now they were something else entirely. They resembled limbs, arms, legs, hands, twisted and contorted, reaching out toward him like 1,000 begging fingers, desperate to pull him into the abyss. The road itself was no longer a road. It was a path made of stone, winding through a maze of impossibly narrow gaps between the trees. The car's headlights barely cut through the darkness, illuminating only a few feet of pavement ahead. But what lay beyond was pure blackness, a void that seemed to go on forever. Henry's breathing quickened, his heart racing as his mind tried to make sense of what he was seeing. His grip on the wheel tightened, his fingers cramping from the effort. And then, through the growing sense of panic, he heard it again. The voice. It wasn't Alice anymore. It was someone else. Something else. Something that felt like it had always been waiting for him, lurking in the dark spaces between his thoughts. The voice was cold, low, guttural, like the growl of an animal, a creature that had been lost to time, to decay. "Turn around, Henry." The words were not a suggestion. They were a command. And yet, Henry couldn't bring himself to obey. His eyes remained locked on the road ahead, the impossibility of moving backward weighing on him. The car refused to turn around. It refused to leave the path. But the voice persisted, growing louder, more insistent. "You can't run, Henry. Not from me. Not from what you've done." It felt like the car was moving faster now, as though it were being dragged through the road, pulled by some unseen force. The wheels churned against the stone, the sound of them scraping against the surface sending a shiver down Henry's spine. What had he done? The question lingered, unanswered, as Henry's mind raced to connect the dots. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. It was like there was something inside him, something dark and hidden, something that refused to surface, no matter how much he strained to recall it. The air around him began to hum with intensity, the sound rising, filling every inch of space inside the car. It was deafening now, a constant, unyielding presence. He could feel it vibrating through his skull, through his bones, through his very thoughts. And then the darkness moved. Not outside the car, not in the trees or in the road. The darkness moved within the car itself. It wasn't just the shadows. It was the very fabric of the car, the seats, the walls, the very air. It felt as though the darkness was alive, writhing, shifting, as though it had a mind of its own. The rear-view mirror shattered, a single crack appearing in the glass, snaking through the reflection of his face like a jagged scar. He stared at himself, his reflection slowly distorting, twisting. His own face began to melt, the features shifting and warping, his skin sagging, his eyes deepening into hollow sockets, his mouth opening in a silent scream. It wasn't his face anymore. No, it was someone else's, someone he didn't recognize. A man whose eyes were filled with the same cold emptiness that Alice, or whatever it was, had. The voices, too, grew louder, more frantic, echoing inside his mind like 1,000 screams reverberating in the hollow of a cave. They were coming, from everywhere now, from the darkness, from the back seat, from beneath the floorboards. You never should have picked her up. She's not who you think she is. She was always here, waiting for you. You're the one who called. Her, Henry, you invited her in. He slammed his hands against his ears, trying to block out the sound, but it didn't help. The voices were inside his head now, a constant barrage of accusations, questions, demands, and in the distance, he saw it, a figure, tall, impossible. It was standing in the middle of the road ahead, watching him. It wasn't a person. It wasn't human. It was the same shape, the same darkness that had been outside his window before. But now it was closer, much closer. It reached toward him, and Henry realized with a sickening certainty that it was reaching for the car. It was coming for him, and it wasn't alone. All around him, from the shadows, from the trees, from the very air itself, figures began to materialize. Shadows, wisps of darkness that seemed to take shape and form, towering, faceless, their hands outstretched, reaching toward him. Henry's breath came in gasps now. He couldn't think, couldn't move. He was trapped in this place, in this nightmare. There was no escape, no way to undo what had already been done. He felt the car shudder, its tires screeching as if the very metal beneath him was struggling against an unseen force. The voices screamed louder, more frenzied, and his eyes flew to the rear-view mirror again. Alice's smile was back. Her face, her impossibly pale face, was there staring back at him, her eyes wide and empty. And then she whispered, soft as a breath in the night, "You're mine now, Henry. Forever." The car lurched again, the tires scraping against the stone beneath them. Henry's breath was a ragged, desperate thing, his body frozen in place, locked in terror. Every inch of him screamed to flee, but the car was no longer his to control. The steering wheel felt like a lifeless object in his hands, no longer guiding him, no longer a means of escape. It was a weight, a dead weight, pulling him deeper into the abyss. The road had ceased to exist. There were no longer any familiar landmarks, no more signs of civilization. It was just the endless expanse of darkness, the trees twisting into monstrous shapes, their limbs reaching toward the car like clawed hands. The sky was an impenetrable void, a blackness that suffocated every sense of hope, every hint of safety. He could feel the cold now, creeping into his bones, seeping into his very skin. It wasn't the chill of winter or the cold of night. It was something deeper, more unnatural. It was the kind of cold that numbed the soul, the kind of cold that made you question if you were truly alive, the kind of cold that made you believe that you were already dead, drifting in a limbo between worlds. Henry's heart hammered in his chest, a frantic, primal beat that felt like it was vibrating the very air around him. His fingers trembled on the steering wheel, slick with sweat. He could feel it now, the presence, the dark weight pressing down on him from every direction. It was like the air itself had become thick, almost viscous, and he was struggling to move through it, to breathe, to think. The voices in his head, the voices that had been whispering in the back of his mind for what felt like an eternity, were louder now. A constant, unyielding presence that had invaded every corner of his thoughts. Henry. The voice was soft, but its presence was deafening. It seemed to come from the very air around him, from the darkness outside, from the suffocating weight pressing in from every side. It was Alice's voice, but it wasn't Alice anymore. It was something else, something far older, far darker. "You cannot escape," it whispered, the words curling into his thoughts like tendrils of smoke. "Not from me, not from what you've done." He squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his head, trying to push the words away. But the darkness inside the car, the cold, suffocating darkness, was impossible to ignore. It was no longer a place. It was a living thing, and it had claimed him. He could feel it moving through him, inside him, wrapping its tendrils around his heart, squeezing, suffocating. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, not the smell of rotting meat or mold, but something older, older than time itself, the scent of something long forgotten, something buried deep beneath the earth. The smell was thick, cloying, filling his nostrils, choking him. Henry's pulse quickened as he slammed his hand against the door handle again, his knuckles white from the effort. The door refused to open. It was sealed shut, the handle cold and lifeless beneath his palm. He could feel the weight of the metal, the iron, pressing against him, holding him in place. The car had become his cage. "Why did you take me in?" Alice's voice came again, sharp now, full of accusation. "Why did you pick me up, Henry?" He wanted to scream, wanted to tell her he hadn't meant to, that it wasn't his fault, but the words caught in his throat. There was no explanation, no excuse. The truth was simple and brutal. He had done it. He had taken her in. He had invited the nightmare into his life. The world outside the car seemed to bend and twist, the shapes of the trees warping into grotesque, nightmarish figures, their branches now resembling arms and fingers, reaching for him, pulling at the car, scratching at the windows. The road beneath them had become a chasm, a yawning void that seemed to open into the very depths of hell itself. The further he drove, the deeper the car sank into the abyss. There was no longer a road, no longer any direction. It was just the endless void, stretching on forever, pulling him deeper, inexorably, toward whatever waited at the end. The air inside the car began to shift, to pulse, as though it had a rhythm of its own. The temperature plummeted, the cold becoming unbearable. Henry's breath came out in puffs of mist, and his fingers began to numb on the steering wheel. The dashboard flickered and died, the lights going out in a single sharp blink, plunging. the car into a deeper darkness. The only light now was the faint glow of the moon through the windshield, casting everything in an ethereal, ghostly glow. But even that light was fading, being consumed by the darkness that surrounded him. Henry felt a sudden shift, a strange lurch in the pit of his stomach. The car wasn't just moving through space anymore, it was sliding through it like a shadow moving over the surface of water. The world around him felt like it was slipping, like everything was coming undone, unraveling at the seams. The trees outside blurred and twisted, the shadows themselves moving in strange patterns, as if they were alive, crawling toward him. The voices in his head grew louder, more insistent, more demanding. They were all around him now, pressing in from every direction, until they were nothing but a cacophony of whispers, screams, and distorted sounds. Henry. The voice that had once been Alice's was now something else entirely, something deep and ancient, a presence that made his skin crawl. It was the voice of the thing that had been waiting for him, the thing that had always been there, hidden just beneath the surface of reality. "You can't escape," it whispered again, its tone a strange mixture of mockery and hunger. "Not from what you've done. Not from me." Henry's head snapped to the rearview mirror, his eyes wide with terror. He couldn't take it anymore. The silence was maddening. His heart was pounding so loudly that it drowned out the voices, but that only made the silence worse, the feeling of being utterly alone in this world that was falling apart. But then, through the mirror, it moved. Alice's reflection was back. No, it wasn't her anymore. It was something else, something monstrous. Her face was contorted, her features stretching and warping like clay, her eyes wide and empty, black pits that seemed to reach into the very core of his soul. Her lips peeled back into a twisted grin, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth that seemed to stretch impossibly wide. Henry's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't look away. "I told you, Henry," she, or it, whispered. "I told you that. You would be mine. You can't escape now." The voice filled the car, an oppressive, suffocating force that seemed to echo from every corner, from every crack and crevice of the car's interior. The very air seemed to vibrate with it, and Henry could feel it gnawing at his mind, at his thoughts, at his very being. "You invited me in," the voice continued, each word a knife to his chest. "You opened the door. You knew what would happen, Henry. You knew." Henry's eyes darted back to the road ahead, but there was nothing there. The road had disappeared. The headlights illuminated nothing but an endless void, stretching into nothingness. The trees, the ground, everything was gone. The car was no longer on any kind of road. It was floating, drifting through a dark, empty space, lost in a world that wasn't supposed to exist. And then, as if the world itself had given up, as if it had become too broken to function, Henry saw it. A figure, tall and shadowy, appeared ahead of him. It was the thing that had been following him, the thing that had been waiting for him. It was the one he had been running from, the one that had always been there, lurking just beneath the surface of reality. It was now standing before him, in the middle of the void, its shape dark and undefined, its presence a consuming, oppressive force that made his very soul recoil. "You can't outrun me, Henry," it growled, its voice echoing from every corner of the void, deep and guttural, like the rumble of an earthquake. "You never could." Henry's body went cold, his heart thudding painfully in his chest. The figure was closing in, its long limbs reaching out, its shadow spreading like an oil spill over the car. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. He was frozen, trapped in a nightmare with no end, no escape. The car, the cage, had become his tomb. "You're mine," the figure whispered, its voice now a low hiss in his ear. and there's no one left to help you. The darkness closed in on him, swallowing the car, swallowing everything. And as the final, suffocating silence fell over him, Henry realized with horrible clarity the world around Henry collapsed, folding in on itself like the crumpled pages of an ancient, forgotten book. There was no road beneath the car anymore, no sky above him, no air. There was only darkness, vast, consuming, absolute darkness. The cold that had begun as a whisper had now grown into an all-encompassing force, a biting frost that gnawed at his very soul, its icy tendrils wrapping around his limbs and squeezing tighter with every breath. The car was no longer just a vehicle. It was a coffin, a prison, a tomb. The walls pressed inward, suffocating him, as if the very fabric of the world had turned against him. The air was stale, thick with the scent of decay, earth, rot, something older than time. It was the smell of forgotten places, of abandoned souls. The darkness wasn't just around him. It was within him, crawling inside his chest, reaching into his mind, tugging at his memories like a hand inside a puppet. It was the thing that had been waiting for him all along, the thing he had invited. "You knew," Alice's voice said again, its resonance now far beyond the mere physical. It was more like a pulse, a vibration, an energy that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere. "You invited me in, Henry. You can't escape what you've done." He looked at the rearview mirror again, half expecting to see the twisted, monstrous version of Alice that had appeared earlier. But there was nothing, only darkness, the absence of life. The very space around him felt dead, like it had been forgotten by time itself. "I didn't mean to," Henry whispered aloud, the words barely escaping his throat. His voice was hoarse, weak, a fragile thread against the oppressive weight of the silence. "No," the voice answered, not in anger but in cold inevitability. "You never mean to. That's what makes you so dangerous, Henry." The words hit him like a punch. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think. His mind scrambled for something, anything, to hold on to. But it was all slipping away, vanishing like sand through his fingers. The temperature in the car had dropped so drastically now that he could see his breath. Each exhalation was a thin wisp of vapor that vanished into the air. He could feel the frost creeping up his limbs, freezing his bones as though the car itself had become a solid block of ice. The windows, once clear, now appeared covered in a thick frost, opaque with cold, and the doors were sealed shut. There was no escape, no way out. There was only the road ahead, the road that had never been real, the road that had twisted into a void. And there was only it, the presence that had followed him, the force that had consumed everything around him, the thing that had never been human. "You're not supposed to be here, Henry." The words were a rumble in his chest, not just spoken aloud, but in his mind, in his body, deep within the marrow of his bones. They pulsed with the rhythm of something ancient, something that existed long before humanity had even learned to speak. He closed his eyes, fighting the nausea that churned in his stomach. He could hear the wind howling now, an eerie moan that seemed to echo from every corner of the world. But it wasn't wind. It wasn't anything of the natural world. It was the sound of something unnatural, something vast and unknowable, pulling at the very edges of reality. The howl grew louder, louder, until it filled his ears completely, vibrating the very core of his being. "You've seen me before, Henry," the voice whispered again, its tone soft but insistent, like a lullaby sung from a distance. "You've always known me. You just didn't realize it." The images flashed before his eyes, snippets of memories, of things that didn't make sense, things that shouldn't have been there. His own face, his reflection in a broken mirror. But it wasn't him anymore. It was a face twisted in agony, a reflection of someone who had lost their way long ago. You've been running from me your whole life, the voice continued, cold as stone. And now you're mine. Henry's chest tightened, his heart pounded painfully against his ribs, each beat a hammer to the fragile walls of his mind. His fingers trembled against the steering wheel, sweat trickling down the back of his neck, his throat dry as dust. His hands, his arms, his legs, all felt as though they were no longer his, as though they had become part of something else. Something alien. I can't breathe. He gasped, clutching at his throat as the suffocating weight of the air pressed in on him. But there was no air. There was only the deep, cold void that had taken over the car, suffocating every breath, every thought. You should have never come. Here, the voice crooned, and Henry felt his heart stop. You can't leave now. He jerked his eyes toward the windshield, his breath caught in his throat. And there it was. The thing. The entity. The thing that had been waiting for him. The one he had unknowingly summoned with his every decision. It had been there, lurking just beneath the surface of his thoughts, creeping around the edges of his awareness, pulling at the threads of his memories like a dark force. Now, it was real. It was here. Its shape was indescribable, impossible to understand. It was darkness made flesh, made thought, made reality. It was the absence of everything, the void between stars, the empty places that existed between worlds. It was the thing that had slipped through the cracks of existence, the thing that had always been waiting, biding its time, and now it was here, and it was hungry. No, Henry gasped, but the word was swallowed by the darkness, consumed by the void that had taken over everything. The thing reached for him, stretching its arms out through the foggy windshield, its form impossibly large, its fingers clawing at the glass like the tendrils of some terrible nightmare. Henry tried to move, tried to scream, but his body was frozen, his limbs paralyzed as though the very air around him had become an immovable weight. His vision blurred, the edges of reality bending and warping until nothing made sense. You'll never escape me, the voice echoed around him, both inside his mind and in the world around him. I've always been here, Henry, waiting. The car shuddered violently, the metal groaning as if it were being torn apart by invisible hands. The darkness inside the vehicle thickened, swallowing everything. His thoughts were no longer his own. His memories were turning to dust, slipping through his fingers like the fleeting fragments of a dream. The faces of his family, his loved ones, they blurred, they faded, they vanished. All that was left was the darkness, and it was consuming him. The voice returned again, this time more insistent, more demanding. It was everywhere now, pressing against him, wrapping around his soul like chains. You brought me here, it whispered, its voice a caress. You opened the door, Henry. You invited me in. Now, you belong to me. His head spun. He was drowning, in the weight of it, the suffocating pressure of this entity that had invaded his very being. The temperature had dropped to a level beyond freezing, and his fingers were stiff against the steering wheel. He couldn't feel his legs, couldn't feel his arms. The car's interior had become a prison, and the world outside was dissolving into a swirling black hole of nothingness. He realized with a sinking horror that he had always known. Always. The creature, the voice, it was him. It was his own darkness. I am you, the voice whispered, softer now, but the words cut through him like a blade. You are me. We've always been one. Henry's mouth opened, but no sound came out. His eyes were wide, his pulse racing, his thoughts spiraling into oblivion. The I entity had never been an external force. It had never been some creature waiting to pounce. It had always been there, inside him, his guilt, his fear, his regrets. His own shadow had taken form, had come to claim him. You cannot escape what you are, the voice purred. And now, you'll never leave. The last vestiges of light flickered out, and the world was consumed by darkness. Henry was nothing. He was the void. Henry's mind was a fractured mirror. Each shard represented a piece of a life that once was, a life that now felt like it belonged to someone else. His thoughts no longer moved in a straight line. They spiraled, twisting upon themselves like snakes eating their own tails. What was real? What was memory? What was the thing that had been following him? What was it really? The questions formed, multiplied, and suffocated him. The pressure around him intensified, the air thicker, colder, as though he had descended into the belly of a storm that was too ancient to ever be named. It wasn't a storm of wind and rain. It was a storm of souls. The world had warped into a state beyond comprehension. The void had swallowed all of reality, until all that was left was Henry, a man adrift in an endless ocean of darkness with no land in sight. His fingers clutched the steering wheel, now an anchor to a world that had long since unraveled. His heart was still pounding, but now it had the rhythm of something else, something alive, something hungry. The sound of his breath, labored and quick, echoed in his own ears. It was as if the air itself was alive, listening to him, responding to him, closing in on him, suffocating him. His vision was a blur, the edges of his sight fading into nothing. He blinked, trying to bring the world back into focus. There was nothing but black. Not even the car lights were working anymore, the dashboard a dead and lifeless thing. The radio crackled, then hissed, a voice cutting through the static, distant but near. "Henry!" It was Alice's voice, the one that had called to him from the very beginning. But this time, there was no comfort in it. It wasn't her. It was the thing. It was speaking through her. "Do you hear me, Henry?" His chest tightened. He shook his head, trying to clear the fog that had settled there. His breath came in sharp gasps as he fought to control the panic bubbling inside him. He tried to speak, but his throat was dry, constricted. The words stuck, unable to escape. "You've been running for so long," Alice's voice continued, her tone sweet and soothing like a lover's whisper. "You think you can outrun me, but you've always known, haven't you? You've always known where this would end." The silence that followed felt endless. It was not the silence of peace, but the silence of something terrible about to unfold. The space inside the car was shrinking, compressing like the world was collapsing inward. He felt suffocated, as if the very air around him was being sucked into some unseen void. The temperature plummeted even further, and Henry could see his breath now, his exhalations misting in front of him, frozen clouds of terror. "You're here, Henry. You're finally here," the voice came again, no longer sweet, but commanding, full of menace. "And you know what that means." He squeezed his eyes shut, the pressure building, the panic rising like a flood behind a crumbling dam. The very walls of the car seemed to be closing in on him, the fabric of reality itself bending, warping, becoming something else. The soft whisper of the voice had turned into a guttural rasp, thick with malice. "I am you," the voice continued, now more a hiss than a whisper. "You are me," Henry gasped. His body trembled with the weight of the words. It was as if the voice had reached into the deepest corners of his soul, pulling at the darkest parts of him, parts he had buried, parts he had forgotten. The horror was real, but it wasn't just real. It was his. It was the part of him that had always been there, hiding in the corners of his mind, waiting for the right moment to surface. The shadows outside the car began to move. At first, they were only fleeting glimpses, faint, twitching forms in the periphery of his vision. But now they were growing, stretching, reaching toward the car like fingers clawing at the glass. The trees outside, the twisted, gnarled limbs that had once seemed so normal, were now grotesque, monstrous things. The branches were like jagged claws reaching toward him with malevolent intent. The trees had become them, the same entity that had been stalking him. "Do you remember, Henry?" The voice echoed again. "Do you remember the night?" The night. It all came rushing back. The night when everything had changed. The night when he had first met Alice, the woman in the red dress. He remembered the moment with painful clarity. The rain, the quiet street, the way she had looked at him with those wide, empty eyes, and the chill that had settled over him when she got into the car. He had thought it was just a regular ride. He had thought she was just another passenger. But she wasn't. The memory of the ride, the first ride, the night that seemed so distant now, flashed before his eyes. The fog, the strange sensation that something was wrong, and the way her words had felt like a slow, deliberate poison spreading through his veins. He had driven her out into the countryside, farther than he had ever gone before. He had followed her instructions blindly, unaware that with each turn, each mile, he was drawing closer to this moment. He had thought he was just doing his job, but this was never about a ride. "You've always known," Alice's voice hissed, growing louder now, as though coming from inside his head. "You knew what you were bringing into your world. You knew that by letting me in, you would invite him as well." The words hit him like a lightning bolt. Him. It had never been about Alice. She was just the conduit. The thing that had followed him, that had come for him, was not her. It was something far darker, far older, something that had been waiting for him all his life. The very thing he had been running from. His own shadow. "The abyss is inside you." "Henry!" the voice snarled. "You have always carried it within you. You cannot outrun it." The sound of the wind howling grew louder, reverberating through the walls of the car. The temperature dropped so suddenly that Henry could feel his skin tightening, his fingertips numb. The dashboard flickered again, the lights dimming, and the radio crackled as if something was moving, something immense and unseen within the wires. "It is time," the voice murmured, now sweet and calm, as though everything had already been decided. "Time for you to meet the abyss. Time to embrace what you truly are." Henry's breath came in ragged gasps. He couldn't think. His mind was spinning, caught in the whirlpool of his own consciousness, twisting and warping. His body was frozen in place, every part of him paralyzed, as if the world itself was holding him in a vice grip. The whispers of the voice filled his ears, overlapping and blending into one endless chorus. There was no escape from it. But the terror was not just in the voice. It was in the darkness around him. It was in the car, the suffocating space that had become his prison. The air was thicker now, swirling like a storm. The shadows outside were no longer just shadows. They were alive. The trees, the entities, had crossed into the car, their dark forms curling and reaching in through the windows. Through the glass, their fingers impossibly long, twisting like blackened vines. He wanted to scream, to fight, to tear the seatbelt from his body and run. But his body refused to move. His limbs were frozen in place, his thoughts locked in a cage. The thing, the entity, was in his blood now, in his veins. It had always been there, crawling under his skin, just waiting for the right moment to take control. "You belong to me," the voice said softly, like a lover's whisper. "You always have." And Henry knew with a sickening clarity that he had always belonged to it. There had never been a choice. He had been drawn to the abyss like a moth to the flame, the darkness in his own soul reaching out to meet the thing that had been waiting for him. It wasn't an external force. It was his own darkness. The voice grew louder, its tone more commanding. "Let go, Henry. Let go of everything. Embrace what you are. Embrace the abyss." The shadows reached further, until they swallowed the car entirely, until everything that had once been solid, real, was consumed. The darkness pressed in, crushing him, suffocating him, until there was nothing left. Nothing but the endless void, the swirling, suffocating nothingness that had always been waiting to consume him. And Henry was finally home. Henry's senses shattered like glass, the echoes of 1,000 voices reverberating in the deep, hollow spaces inside him. He could feel the weight of the void pressing against him from every direction, suffocating him, drowning him in its cold. Relentless grip, the car, the road, the world, everything had disappeared. The darkness had swallowed them all, and now there was only the eternal absence, a black hole where nothing could exist, not even time. He tried to breathe, but his lungs were empty, hollow. The air was thick, with an unnatural pressure that crushed him from within. His body was locked, frozen in place, unable to move. It was as if the very fabric of his existence had been erased, leaving only this oppressive force that circled around him like a hungry beast. "You are nothing," the voice whispered. But it wasn't Alice's voice anymore. It was the voice of it, the thing that had been following him, the entity that had been waiting for him. Its words weren't just spoken. They rippled through his mind like a disease, crawling through the cracks in his thoughts, infecting them, reshaping them into something dark and alien. "You've always been nothing. Always." The words were sharp, like daggers, tearing through the remnants of his sanity. He had tried so hard to escape, to outrun this thing, to run away from the truth that had always been lurking in the shadows. But now he knew. The truth was inside him. It had always been there. It was never something outside of him, waiting to get in. It was part of him, embedded in the deepest corners of his soul. The abyss wasn't a place. It was a feeling, an endless spiral of despair that had always been a part of him. He had been running from it his whole life. The strange, empty void in his chest, the loneliness, the grief, the guilt, had been him all along. The presence that he thought was an external force, an evil stalking him, was merely his own reflection. It was a part of his heart, his mind, his very being. The darkness was not just something outside him. It was his own creation. "You are me," the voice murmured, and this time Henry felt the truth of it deep in his bones. "I am you. There is no separation. There never was." He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to shut out the voice, trying to block the sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. His chest burned with the need to scream, but his voice had been stolen from him. The overwhelming feeling of isolation, of being utterly alone in the face of something vast, something incomprehensible, filled him to the brim. His mind spun, spinning further into the abyss, deeper into the blackened void. But the darkness had no mercy. It was not just a physical thing, a mere shadow. It was an entity, a force that existed within him and outside of him, stretching its claws through the very fabric of his being. It wasn't just the terror of the unknown. It was the terror of the known, the terror of the things he had buried. Deep inside, the unresolved wounds and the forgotten guilt that had shaped him into the person he was. "You cannot escape me," the voice purred, soft as silk, yet thick with the weight of inevitable destruction. "You can't run from yourself, Henry. You've been running your whole life, but there's nowhere left to run." The reality of his situation pressed down on him, each word a stone added to the pile that threatened to crush him. The shadows outside the car twisted and writhed, their forms shifting like living things, grasping at the very air. The darkness wasn't just empty, it was alive, breathing with a hunger that Henry could feel in every fiber of his being. He wanted to scream again, to break free of this nightmare, but the void around him had already seeped into his very soul, sealing him in an eternal prison. You think you have a choice? The voice now came from every direction, from within his mind, and from the swirling mass of shadows around him. There is no choice. There never was. The darkness thickened. It was becoming dense, tangible, like something he could touch, something that was pressing against him, crawling under his skin. His limbs had become heavy, his body numbed by the sheer weight of this presence, this thing that had no form, no shape, only the oppressive feeling of being trapped in a nightmare of his own making. The shadows outside reached inward. There, tendrils stretching through the windows of the car, curling around the seats, wrapping around his limbs like chains. He could feel them, cold and wet, slick like oil against his skin. They whispered his name, pulling him deeper into the abyss, pulling him toward a fate he could not escape. You've always known, the voice continued, its tone now almost playful, as though it was savoring his terror. Deep inside, you've always known that this is where it would end. In the dark, alone. Henry's mind was in turmoil, alone. That word echoed in the silence, hammering against his skull, driving him to the edge of madness. He had never been alone, not truly. There had always been people, connections, faces in the crowd. But now, it felt as if he were the last human being in the world, the last one who had ever existed, left to drift in an ocean of shadow. It's time, Henry. The voice was so close now, like a whisper in his ear, its breath cold against his skin. You're ready. Let it happen. The world around him began to disintegrate. The darkness folded in on itself, warping the very air, the space around him. His vision swirled, and the car, the road, the trees, they were all gone. There was no longer any distinction between inside and outside, between him and the darkness. It was all one. Henry felt himself being drawn into the center of this swirling mass, this endless black void that was the embodiment of everything he had tried to outrun. He closed his eyes, knowing it would not matter, knowing that there was no escape. There was only the truth, only the horror of it. This is the end, the voice whispered, its tone gentle now, as though it were comforting him. The end of your journey, the end of everything. He felt his body jerk, as though being pulled apart from within. His very essence was being ripped, torn, unraveling like a thread, disintegrating into the void. There was no pain, only a sickening emptiness, an all-encompassing lack. His heart still beat, but it was a hollow rhythm, a sound that belonged to someone else. His mind screamed, but the scream was swallowed by the abyss, lost in the endless chasm. You've always belonged to me, the voice whispered. Now you can rest. And Henry, the man who had once been, the man who had once driven down roads that led him to nowhere, let go. There was no choice. There never had been. The last breath he took was cold, sharp, a final gasp as he felt himself dissolve, completely into the infinite abyss. The shadows, the voice, the darkness. They had claimed him, swallowed him whole. And then, for the first time, there was silence. Absolute. The silence was maddening. It was a void, one that stretched out across infinity, yet contained no peace, no respite. Henry's mind was adrift in it, floating like a leaf caught in an eternal current. He should have felt nothing, no weight, no pain, no sensation at all. But somehow, he was aware of everything. He could feel the emptiness pressing against him from all sides. His heart still beat, slow and rhythmic, as though time itself had forgotten to stop. The darkness, that thing which had claimed him, was no longer external. It had consumed him from within, invaded his mind, his soul, his very essence. He was lost in it, trapped in the space between worlds, between existence and oblivion. There was no light, no warmth, nothing to ground him. The sensation of falling lingered, but there was no bottom. He had no body, no form. He was only consciousness, trapped in a dark, cold expanse. His thoughts felt like echoes in the vast emptiness, distant and hollow, as if they were no longer his own. "You're still here," a voice whispered. But this time it wasn't the same voice as before. It wasn't Alice, or the entity that had pursued him, or even the voice of his own torment. It was different. It was familiar. "You think you're lost?" The voice continued, closer now. "Do you really think this is the end?" Henry's mind flickered with a spark of recognition. This voice. It was one he had known for a long time, one he had buried, pushed deep into the recesses of his memory. A voice from the past. The sound of it, soft, gentle, carried the weight of something he had once trusted. It was the voice of his mother. "You never wanted to face the truth, Henry," the voice whispered. "But you've always known. You've always known what this is about, what you've been running from." The darkness shifted, ever so slightly. Henry felt an overwhelming urge to recoil, to pull away, but there was nowhere to go. There was nothing to escape to. His entire being was immersed in this place, this space between the living world and something else. A place where time didn't exist, and where the boundaries between memories, realities, and nightmares blurred into one seamless whole. "You always knew the truth," the voice said again. "You were never meant to be here. You were never meant to have a life, a purpose. You were never meant to be alive." Henry's chest tightened, a deep, suffocating pressure crushing his lungs. He gasped for air, but the void offered none. The words weighed heavily on him, pulling at his mind, unraveling his thoughts. His memories shifted, flashing before his eyes in quick, disjointed fragments. There was the sound of a child crying, sharp and piercing, filled with panic, his own voice frantic and desperate, calling out for help, his mother's face, pale and distant, gazing at him with eyes that were empty and hollow, as though they had seen too much of the world to still be human. The memory of that night, came rushing back like a flood of cold, bitter water. It had been a storm, the night the house had flooded, the night they had all drowned. But Henry, he had survived. How had he survived? His mind tried to grasp the truth, but it slipped away from him, like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. "I'm sorry," the voice murmured, softer now, filled with an undeniable sorrow. "I'm sorry for what I did to you, Henry. I didn't know. I didn't know what would happen." The memories twisted again. The house, the water, the suffocating flood that had risen higher and higher until the walls had cracked and the air had become thick with desperation. His mother, her hands shaking as she clutched at him, her face a mask of panic. And then the cold, so cold that it had numbed him to the core, freezing his very soul. He had reached out, but she had been pulled under, lost to the depths. He hadn't died, but he hadn't truly lived either. Not after that night. The guilt, the weight of what had happened had followed him, a shadow that never left. The abyss he had been running from wasn't something external. It was him, his own unresolved trauma, his own fear, his own grief. "I did this to you," the voice repeated, and Henry realized it wasn't his mother's voice anymore. It was his own. "I couldn't save you. I couldn't save myself." The truth slammed into him with the force of 1,000 crashing waves. The entity wasn't something separate, something that had been chasing him. It was a manifestation of his own soul's wounds, the parts of him that he had never allowed himself to face. never allowed himself to grieve. The entity had fed on his guilt, his shame, his loneliness, and it had grown stronger with every mile he drove, with every dark corner he hid in. "You're not running from me," the voice whispered, soft and soothing. "You've been running from yourself, from the truth." Henry's mind reeled. He could see it now, the way everything had unfolded. The ride with Alice, the strange events that followed, every encounter with the thing that had pursued him. It was all connected, all part of the same intricate pattern. He had thought he was being chased by something external, something malevolent that had taken the form of his deepest fears. But it wasn't a thing at all. It was him. It was always him. The shadows, the darkness, had been born from his own mind, his own unresolved pain. The entity was a reflection of the hollow space left in him when he had lost his family. It was a hunger, a need, a void that he could never fill. The voice that had followed him, the force that had tormented him, had been a mirror, showing him the parts of himself he could never escape. "You can't outrun this," the voice crooned, full of sorrow. "You never could." Henry closed his eyes, the weight of the truth suffocating him. He had lived his whole life in fear, in an attempt to escape what was inside him. But the darkness had always been there, waiting, lurking in the deepest recesses of his mind. It had been with him all along, feeding on his sorrow, his guilt, his fear. He had been running, but there was nowhere left to run. "There's no escape from yourself," the voice whispered. "But you can still choose. You can still face it." The realization hit him like a tidal wave, a flash of clarity amidst the overwhelming fog. The entity, the darkness, the void. It wasn't a monster. It wasn't something outside of him. It was a part of him. It had always been a part of him, and only by confronting it could he be free. "You have to face me," the voice said, its tone more insistent now. "Face what you've become. Face what I am." Henry felt a shift inside himself, something breaking free, like the first crack in the surface of a dam. He wasn't sure how to describe it. There were no words for the sensation. But for the first time, he felt the possibility of escape, not from the darkness, but through it. He reached out, his mind grasping the fragmented pieces of his past. His mother, the flood, his guilt, his grief, his survival. It was all part of the same broken puzzle. The pieces were scattered, but they could be put together again. Not to erase what had happened, but to understand it. The darkness around him shifted. It wasn't gone. It would never be gone. But it changed. The shadows that had once seemed all-consuming, all-powerful, now felt smaller. The grip that had once been suffocating loosened just a little. Henry was no longer running. He was standing still, facing it, facing himself. He wasn't alone. He had never been alone. The shadows receded into the corners of his mind, not banished, but contained. He could feel them, but they didn't consume him. Not anymore. "This is the end," the voice whispered. But now it was a soft, gentle murmur, like the final notes of a lullaby. "But it's also the beginning." Henry breathed in. For the first time in his life, he felt the weight of the darkness lift. Not gone, but manageable. And in the silence that followed, he understood. The darkness was still there, but it no longer had the power to control him. Henry's chest felt lighter, like he was emerging from a suffocating fog. The oppressive weight of fear had lifted, replaced by something far more unsettling: clarity. For the first time in years, Henry was aware. The shadows that had once consumed his every waking moment were now nothing more than a silent backdrop to the truth he could no longer deny. His body felt strange, heavy, but also free, as though he were waking from a long and terrible dream. He was no longer floating in an endless void. The world around him was returning, but it was warped, like looking through a cracked mirror. The air tasted stale, sharp, like the remnants of something that had been lost for too long. There was no sound, no movement, only the unbroken stillness that hung over everything. He blinked, and for a moment he thought he saw a faint glimmer of light on the horizon, just a tiny, distant glint, like a flicker of hope. But it was fleeting, fading just as quickly as it had appeared. "You think you've won, don't you?" The voice slithered through his mind, low and knowing. It wasn't an accusation, but a statement of fact. "You think you've escaped." Henry's pulse quickened. He could feel it, feel the entity still there, watching, waiting, lurking just beneath the surface. But this time, he wasn't afraid. He didn't want to run. He had spent his whole life running from the past, from the truth, from the parts of himself he couldn't bear to face. And now, at the end, it felt almost absurd. All this time, he had been fighting the wrong battle. "You haven't escaped anything," the voice continued, now tinged with a strange sense of resignation. "You've only begun to understand." Henry took a deep breath, allowing himself to take in the hollow quiet around him. The world still felt like it was half-formed, like he was stepping through a dream. But he was no longer in that suffocating black void. He was in a place that was between waking and sleeping, between life and death, between memory and truth. He stood at the precipice, poised to either fall further into the abyss or rise above it. "It's time," the voice murmured, almost tenderly. "Time to accept the inevitable." Henry's mind was a whirl of conflicting thoughts. He wanted to look, away to turn back, but there was nowhere to turn. There was nothing left to run from. His entire life had been shaped by his fear of the truth, but now the truth stood before him like a mirror, reflecting his deepest wounds, his failures, and his guilt. The fog in his mind began to lift, slowly, as though something were pulling it away, piece by piece. Memories flooded in, memories of his family, of the flood, of the night when everything had changed. He had survived, but at what cost? His mind had buried the trauma deep within himself, but it had never gone away. He had lived with the ghosts of that night haunting him, and now the entity, the shadow that had stalked him, was the very embodiment of that grief, that unresolved pain. His mother's face flickered in his mind again, her eyes wide with terror, reaching out to him just before the flood had swallowed her whole. The water, rising so fast, so cold, pulling her away from him. The memory was sharp, like glass in his veins. He had tried to reach her, but it had been too late. "She's gone," the voice whispered softly, the words like a balm to his wounded heart. "You couldn't save her. You couldn't save anyone." The guilt slammed into him again like a fist to the chest. He had been so sure that if he had done something differently, if he had acted faster, he could have saved her. But that was the lie, wasn't it? The truth was that he hadn't been able to save anyone. Not his mother, not his father, not anyone who had drowned that night. They were gone, and he was left behind with nothing but the weight of his own survival. "You can't change the past," the voice whispered, its tone heavy with finality. "You can only accept it." Henry closed his eyes, the overwhelming flood of emotions crashing over him like waves. The voice wasn't just the entity anymore. It was his own voice, echoing his own thoughts, his own fears. The darkness that had stalked him, that had haunted him for so long, was a reflection of his own guilt, his inability to forgive himself. But now he understood. He had spent so long running, so long hiding from his past, that he had forgotten the most important thing. He couldn't change what had happened. He couldn't bring his mother back. He couldn't undo the flood. But he could accept it. He could learn to live with it, even if the scars would never fade. For the first time, he felt the darkness loosen its grip on him. The suffocating weight of guilt that had defined his every waking moment began to lift, just a little. The entity, this shadow, this thing that had haunted him, was no longer a separate force. It wasn't some malevolent creature waiting to devour him. It was a part of him. It had always been a part of him. "You can stop running," the voice said gently. "You don't have to be afraid anymore." Henry's heart pounded in his chest. He had spent his entire life fearing the darkness, fearing the consequences of his survival. But now, standing at the edge of the abyss, he understood. He had been the one feeding the darkness. He had been the one who had allowed it to grow inside of him, to control him, to make him a prisoner of his own grief. And now, it was time to let go. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. The air, still heavy with the scent of decay and desolation, seemed somehow lighter now. He felt the shadows still there, lingering in the corners of his mind, but they no longer held the same power over him. He was no longer trapped in their grasp. He had faced them. He had faced himself, and for the first time in years, Henry felt a strange sense of calm. "Is this the end?" he whispered, his voice barely a breath. He wasn't sure if he was speaking to the voice, to the darkness, or to himself. "It's the beginning," the voice replied softly, with a finality that felt like a release. "The end of fear, the end of running, the end of guilt." And then slowly, the shadows began to recede. They didn't vanish. They didn't fade away completely. But they diminished. They became smaller, more manageable. The darkness, that all-encompassing void, no longer consumed him. It was still there, but it was now something he could hold in his hand, something he could live with. For the first time, Henry understood that the darkness wasn't an enemy to be defeated. It was a part of him, a part of everyone. The key to survival wasn't in banishing the darkness, but in learning to live with it, to accept it as part of the human experience. The light, the faint glimmer he had seen earlier, grew brighter, a soft glow on the horizon. It wasn't much, but it was enough to guide him out of the darkness. And as the last remnants of the void began to recede, Henry stepped forward. His heart was heavy, but it was no longer burdened by the crushing weight of guilt. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time he felt ready to walk it. The journey wasn't over, it had just begun. The world was still warped, shifting in strange, dreamlike ways, as though the line between reality and the space in between had dissolved entirely. Henry stood there, surrounded by shadows that were neither entirely dark nor light, neither solid nor intangible. The light that had appeared before, the faint glimmer of hope, was no longer there, leaving only a dim and unsettling glow. It was strange. He should have felt free. He had confronted the darkness within himself. He had accepted his past, his guilt, his fear. And yet, as the shadows receded, leaving behind only the quiet hum of his own thoughts, a new, unfamiliar sensation began to creep in. It was subtle, almost imperceptible at first, like the slow shift of a familiar landscape into something unrecognizable. The very air seemed wrong. Henry turned in place, his eyes scanning the shifting environment around him. It looked like the world, but somehow it wasn't. The edges of his surroundings were too sharp, the lines too defined, as though the world had been constructed, pieced together in hasty, jagged motions. There was no clear sky overhead, no firm ground beneath his feet. Everything seemed suspended in time, frozen yet trembling at the edge of something new. It was then that he heard it. A sound. Faint, almost imperceptible at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. It was the sound of something scratching, something scraping, as though metal was being dragged against stone. The sound reverberated through the air, vibrating against his bones. It echoed in his skull, louder now, as if coming from the deepest recesses of his mind. Henry froze. His heart rate quickened, and his breath became shallow, as if his body instinctively knew something was wrong, something he had failed to notice before. The scraping noise continued, but now it wasn't just a sound. It was pressure. It built and built, filling the space around him with an unbearable intensity. Every corner of his mind was consumed with it. The force of the sound was like a physical weight pressing in on him, suffocating him. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the noise stopped. The silence that followed was even more suffocating. Henry's pulse hammered in his ears as he waited, uncertain of what would come next. The air around him felt thick, dense, as if it were closing in. Something had shifted. He could feel it. The shadows had retreated into the distance, but now something else had taken their place, something darker, colder, something that knew him, something that was watching him. He turned again, his eyes scanning the distorted landscape. His mind screamed at him to move, to run, but his body was paralyzed, rooted to the spot. There was nowhere to go, nothing to escape to. The feeling was undeniable. He was no longer alone. He felt it first in his chest, a tight, painful constriction, as if something were coiling around his heart, squeezing the very life out of him. His vision began to blur at the edges, and he staggered forward, reaching out in desperation for something, anything to steady himself. But then he saw it, a figure emerging slowly from the shadows. At first it was just a silhouette, indistinct, shifting like a dark blur in the corner of his eye. But as it moved closer, it became clearer, more defined. A tall figure, with no features, no eyes, no mouth. Just an empty space where a face should have been. A shape in the darkness, moving with unnatural grace. Its movements were fluid, as though it were part of the very shadows that surrounded them. And then, the most horrifying realization hit Henry. It was himself. But it wasn't his reflection in the way he had seen it before. It wasn't a mirror image. It wasn't even a version of him that looked like a shadow or a silhouette. No, this thing, this being, was Henry. But it was wrong. The outline was too sharp, the movements too smooth, like something that wasn't quite human, but something that had taken on his form. The figure moved closer. Henry's heart pounded in his chest as his legs trembled beneath him. He tried to speak, to say something, anything, but his voice failed him. It was as if the air itself had stolen the words from his mouth. The figure stopped a few feet away from him, its form shimmering, flickering like a bad connection on an old television. It stood there, facing Henry, but it didn't need to speak, for Henry to feel its presence. He knew this thing. It was the embodiment of all his darkest thoughts, the shame, the guilt, the torment that had followed him all these years. Henry's breath hitched in his throat. The entity, the darkness that had stalked him all this time, had never truly been an external force. It had never been something that he could outrun. It had been him all along. "Do you see now?" the voice whispered. It wasn't the comforting tone of his own mother, or the harsh, sinister voice that had taunted him before. No, this was something entirely different. The voice was his, but not his. It was a distorted version of his own inner voice, his fears made real. "You've spent your whole life running from this. From me." The voice laughed, a low, hollow sound that sent chills crawling up his spine. "You can't run anymore, Henry. This is it. This is the end." The figure reached out with long, impossibly thin hands, its fingers stretching, elongating as though it were reaching beyond the natural limits of human form. Henry took a step back, his heart racing, but his legs were heavy, as if the weight of the entire universe was pressing down on him. "You've never been free," the figure continued, its voice like shards of glass. "You've been living in a cage of your own making, one that you built to keep the truth out. But now, the truth is here." Henry's pulse thundered in his ears. He didn't want to look. He didn't want to hear it. But the voice continued to echo, relentless, digging deeper and deeper into his soul. "You can't outrun me," the figure whispered, its form distorting like smoke in the air. "Not anymore." And then, in a moment of sudden clarity, Henry understood. The entity, the darkness, it was never about survival. It was never about trying to escape. It was about the things he had denied for so long, the parts of himself he refused to confront. The guilt, the shame, the fear, they weren't things he could fight off. They were a part of him. They always had been. The figure, the thing that had been chasing him, wasn't an enemy. It was a mirror, reflecting the darkest corners of his own soul. It had no power over him, only the power he had given it. All this time, he had been fighting an illusion. He had been running from himself. "No," Henry whispered, his voice cracking. "I can't be you." "You already are," the figure answered, its voice soft, almost soothing now. "You always were." And with that, the darkness began to consume him, but not in the way he had feared. It wasn't a consuming terror. It wasn't a crushing weight. No, it was a strange, liberating release, a final surrender. Henry closed his eyes, and for the first time in years, he felt at peace. The darkness did not swallow him whole. It embraced him, folded him into itself like a blanket, warm and heavy, finally allowing him to rest. The world around Henry felt almost too still. The shadows that had once towered over him now seemed insignificant, thin strands of darkness lingering at the edge of his perception. He felt no more weight pressing against him. He wasn't being chased, not anymore, nor was he lost in that suffocating void. The unsettling fog of confusion had lifted, and yet something remained, a lingering presence, a quiet hum in the air. It wasn't the silence of peace. It was the stillness of waiting. Henry's breath caught in his chest as he stood there, rooted in place, his mind grappling with the reality, or lack of reality, around him. The memories, too many to count, swirled in his head like shadows that had come alive. Each one was a face, a place, a moment in time that was both distant and impossibly close. He had come to terms with his guilt, his fear. He had looked into the face of the thing that had haunted him, had looked into his own darkness, and finally, he had accepted it. He had told himself it was enough. He was ready to let go. But now, in this strange, fractured reality, Henry didn't know if he had let go of the past, or if the past had merely let go of him. He blinked once, twice, and the world shifted. The floor beneath his feet wavered, as though it had become liquid. His surroundings blurred for a heartbeat, the marked edges of reality bending as though the ground he stood on was a mere suggestion, not a concrete fact. He could feel the shift, like a page being turned or a moment caught in time. His heart beat faster. Something was wrong, he realized. But what? What had changed? What was it? He wasn't alone. A new presence seeped into the space, not immediately noticeable, but like a scent carried by the wind. Henry could feel it before he could see it. There was no sound to warn him, only the cold, creeping chill in the air. The shadows in the corners began to flicker, writhing as though they had a life of their own stretching toward him. His gaze snapped toward the farthest corner of the room, where the deepest darkness clung, and then he saw it. A figure, shrouded in that same thick, inky blackness. At first, he thought it might be the manifestation of his mind again, the echo of the darkness he had confronted. But this was different. There was something new, something that didn't belong in the fractured world he thought he had conquered. The figure was tall, impossibly tall, its outline jagged, more defined than anything he had seen before. The air seemed to condense, around it a suffocating pressure that made Henry's chest tighten. A low, deep hum reverberated through the space, coming from the figure or perhaps the very walls themselves. The darkness around it pulsed with a strange, rhythmic energy. This wasn't a mere shadow. It was alive. Alive in a way that Henry could feel deep in his bones. The figure's eyes, if it had eyes, were black holes. No, not holes. Black stars, burning, shifting. When they looked at him, he felt the weight of something ancient and vast. An unspoken understanding that clawed at the edge of his consciousness. But he couldn't grasp it. "You are not free." The voice, or rather the thought, echoed inside his skull. It was as though the words were coming from within him, as though they were his own thoughts, distorted, amplified and set loose. "You never were." Henry's heart skipped a beat. The words were an accusation, a reminder of something he had long buried. He had accepted the darkness within himself, hadn't he? He had made peace with the shadows. But this new presence, this thing, had never been a part of the equation. "You cannot outrun me," the voice continued, its tone neither malevolent nor soothing, but simply a statement of undeniable truth. "I am the result of all your choices, every fear, every regret. I am the price of your survival." The figure took a slow, deliberate step toward him. Its movements were unnatural, too smooth, too fluid, as though it were drifting through the very fabric of the air. Every step it took felt like a ripple in the fabric of reality itself. Henry's body tensed, but his legs refused to move. Fear locked him in place. "I am what remains when you stop running," the voice whispered almost gently, like the final sigh of a dying breath. "I am the echo of everything you could never let go of." For the first time in a long while, Henry realized something profound. The entity was not merely a reflection of his inner demons. It was not just his trauma manifesting in a physical form. It was something more. It was a punishment, the inevitable consequence of his choices, of his survival, of his refusal to ever truly heal. Every moment he had spent avoiding the truth had fed this presence, had fed the very thing that now stood before him. It was the result of his inability to move on, to face the consequences of his past and make the decision to live beyond it. He had thought accepting the past would free him, but all he had done was feed this creature, a thing born of his deepest guilt and self-loathing. "You cannot escape me," it whispered again, its voice seeping into every pore of his body. "Not now. Not ever." Henry's pulse hammered in his temples as the realization sank in. He had always believed that facing his trauma would allow him to conquer it. But the truth was more brutal. He couldn't just confront his past and expect everything to resolve. The past never truly left. It lingered, it followed, it shaped every step he took. And until he made peace with it in the deepest, most unyielding way, until he forgave himself, he would never be free. He had been wrong. His mind was a whirlwind of memories. His mother's face, his father's vacant expression, the water, rising up around them, drowning everything in its path. Each image was a knot in his chest, each recollection a barbed thread tightening around his heart. Henry had survived, yes, but at what cost? He had lived, but the cost of that life had been his soul, broken and torn, forever altered by the flood, by the choices he had made. by his unwillingness to confront the pain that followed. The figure's eyes, those dark stars, never left him. It was watching him, waiting. It knew what he had done. It knew the price of his survival. And for the first time, Henry realized there was only one way out. He had to choose. He could continue running from the truth, continue hiding from the consequences of his choices, or he could face them, truly face them. It wasn't enough to acknowledge the pain. It wasn't enough to merely accept the darkness. He had to embrace it, understand it, learn from it, and finally, let it go. He had spent so long in fear of this moment, but it was here, the reckoning. It was his last chance to truly make peace with himself. Henry drew a shaky breath. His voice barely a whisper, he spoke the only thing that mattered. "I forgive you." The moment the words left his mouth, the figure shuddered. The shadows around it seemed to recoil, as if something deep within them had been pierced. For the first time. It was the figure that seemed to falter, as though Henry's acceptance, his forgiveness, had broken something inside it. It wasn't over. It would never be over. But in that moment, Henry understood. True freedom didn't lie in running from the past. It lay in accepting it, in forgiving both himself and the world for the mistakes that could never be undone. And with that realization, the shadows began to fade, and the oppressive weight of guilt, of fear, lifted. Henry wasn't free from his past, but he was no longer its prisoner. The world had tilted again, at least that's how it felt. The edges of Henry's consciousness blurred, like a painting that had been soaked in water, colors running, lines fading, and definitions softening. Reality itself felt thin, like a mere membrane stretched tight between the weight of his past and the unknowable future. But something had shifted in him, a subtle, profound change. It was as if the landscape of his mind had settled, no longer teetering on the edge of a void, but taking root in something stronger, something more solid. He had forgiven himself. The words had escaped him, soft and tremulous, like the final gasp of an exhalation that had been held too long. "I forgive you," he had whispered to the shadows, to the presence that had haunted him for so long. But the weight of those words, those simple, profound words, had cracked something deep within. Something had changed. He stood now in a place that felt familiar, yet utterly alien, a fractured version of the world he had known. The room, the space, the air, it all seemed hollow, like an echo of a place he had once inhabited. But now, that place was just a shell, a memory. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cold surface of a table. The sensation was muted, distant, like feeling the presence of something that was both real and intangible. A soft, almost imperceptible sound floated through the air, threading its way into his mind. A hum, low and steady, almost like a heartbeat in the distance. But it wasn't the sound that made his skin prickle. It was the feeling. Henry looked around, his breath caught in his chest. The walls, if they could even be called that, were thin, barely solid. Shadows clung to every surface, seeping into the edges of his perception, forming shapes, faces, half-formed, flickering in and out of existence. For the first time since this strange journey began, Henry couldn't tell if he was hallucinating, dreaming, or if the world was truly unraveling around him. He had crossed a threshold. He had stepped beyond his own fears, his own regrets, and reached for something, somewhere, that he could not yet name. The reckoning, the confrontation with the shadow within, had not provided the resolution he had hoped for. In fact, it had done the opposite. It had opened a door to something even deeper. He had expected closure. He had wanted peace, but peace was not what awaited him. The shadows thickened, Their movements became more deliberate, more purposeful, as though they were aware of him, watching him with silent anticipation. Their forms twisted, flickered, and then something emerged. A face. It was unmistakable. His own. But it wasn't. Quite him. The face was distorted, too sharp. The features stretched unnaturally, like a reflection in a cracked mirror. It grinned at him, a twisted, grotesque grin, revealing sharp, jagged teeth that seemed to shimmer and disappear as soon as Henry blinked. Henry stumbled back, his heart racing. The figure didn't move. It didn't speak, but it felt alive. It felt like something he had buried, something he had never truly faced. The worst version of himself, the one that had always existed just beneath the surface, biding its time. It took a slow step toward him. Every movement was exaggerated, its limbs stretching unnaturally, like an ancient tree growing in twisted, grotesque ways. The air seemed to shift with each step it took, the very temperature of the room dropping in time with its approach. Then it spoke. "You can't escape me." The voice was a rasp, low and hoarse but unmistakably familiar. It was his voice, but distorted, like hearing his own words reverberate back at him through a broken speaker. "You tried. You ran. But you can never outrun what's inside of you." The words cut into him deeper than anything the shadow had ever spoken before. Henry's chest tightened. He fought to breathe, but the air felt heavy, thick with a weight he couldn't escape. Was this another manifestation of his guilt, his trauma, or was it something else? The line between the supernatural and the psychological was growing thinner, slipping further out of reach. You thought that forgiveness would free you. The figure's smile widened, grotesque and sickly. You think you can simply let go of the past, Henry. It's never that easy. Henry opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came. He couldn't respond. The figure before him was both a reflection and a phantom, a tangible thing, and yet it was as much a part of him as the air he breathed. The past doesn't let go of you, the figure continued, its voice rising, gaining strength. It lives in every moment you try to forget, in every step you take, in every choice you make. It eats at you from the inside, and it always will. Henry's thoughts spun. The suffocating pressure of the figure's words pressed against him. He had already accepted it. He had forgiven himself, hadn't he? He had made peace. Why wasn't it enough? Why couldn't he escape the constant gnawing, the relentless pull of the past? The figure took another step forward. It was so close now that Henry could feel its breath, cold and foul, like the scent of decay. "You'll never be free," the figure whispered, its voice no longer distant but right in his ear, hot and poisonous. "Not unless you accept the truth." The truth. Henry's pulse thrummed in his temples, his breath shallow. His mind screamed for clarity, for something to hold on to, but it was all slipping, unraveling. What was the truth? What had he missed? The figure leaned in, its eyes, his eyes, locked onto his. They were filled with a black void, endless and infinite. He couldn't look away. "The truth," it murmured, its voice soft now, coaxing. "The truth is, there is no escape. Not for you, not for anyone." A wave of coldness washed over Henry as the world around him began to collapse, to fragment into pieces. His thoughts, his memories, his fears, all of it seemed to unravel, like threads in a tapestry coming undone. But there, at the very edge of this unraveling world, something shifted. A new sound, faint at first, then louder, clearer. A voice. Henry, his name, spoken softly, but with an undeniable presence. He turned toward it, drawn by the sound. And there, standing in the broken light, was a figure he recognized. His mother, But she was not a ghost. She was not a vision or a reflection. She was real, standing before him, her expression gentle, her eyes filled with something more powerful than sorrow. "You can't be free until you face everything," she whispered, her voice like a balm over his aching soul. "Everything you've buried, everything you've feared." Henry's breath caught in his throat. It was her. She was here. The figure of his mother reached out a hand to him, her touch warm, reassuring, like sunlight breaking through the storm. "Face it, Henry," she said softly. "Face your truth. Only then can you truly let go." The darkness in the room seemed to recede just a little. The shadows that had once clawed at him fell back, shying away from the warmth of her presence. The distorted figure of himself, his dark reflection, flickered and began to dissolve. "Face the truth," his mother repeated, her voice fading as the world shifted around him. "You've always been enough." And with that, the space around him cracked open, splitting into fragments, pieces of light and shadow colliding. Henry knew, truly knew now, that the reckoning was not about defeating the shadows. It was about facing them, about owning them, and moving forward with the acceptance that the past, no matter how haunting, could never be fully erased. He had carried the weight for so long, but now he was ready to let it go. The air around Henry felt different now, heavier yet oddly clearer. The oppressive weight of the shadows that had once clung to him seemed to retreat, fading into the periphery of his mind like distant memories. But something still lingered. Not fear, not guilt, not exactly, but uncertainty. As the world around him began to settle, he couldn't shake the feeling that his journey wasn't truly over. No, this was just the final stretch, the place where every step would count. He had thought he had understood what it meant to let go of the past. He had confronted the darkness within, faced the figure that had stalked him for so long, and whispered those sacred words, "I forgive you." He had stood before his own guilt, his own shadow, and claimed the victory that he thought would set him free. But now, in the eerie stillness of this fractured world, Henry realized that forgiveness, while powerful, was not the full extent of the answer. It was only the beginning. The room around him, the space, whatever it was, seemed to shimmer like an unstable mirage. The edges of the walls twisted, distorting and bending as if the very nature of his surroundings was no more than an illusion. It felt like a place between places, a threshold, the boundary between what had been and what could never be again. A place where time itself folded in on itself, where memories collided with the future, and where decisions from the past echoed in the present like a deep, unrelenting drumbeat. Henry didn't have much time left. He knew this as sure as he knew his own name. The lingering figure of his distorted self, the shadow, had receded, but it hadn't disappeared. And the strange, inexplicable presence of his mother's ghost, real or not, still lingered in the air, her voice still echoing in his mind. "Face the truth," she had told him. "You've always been enough." Her words were like a lifeline, but they were also a warning. Something still had to be faced. With a deep breath, Henry stepped forward into the shifting light. He wasn't sure where he was going or what he would find, but he knew that he couldn't stay where he was. Not anymore. It was time to take the final step, even if that step led to the unknown. The shadows whispered again. This time, the voice wasn't distorted or cold, but clear, sharp, and unmistakable. "You think you're free, Henry?" The words reverberated around him, stirring the air, the walls, everything. "You can't run from me." Henry froze. He hadn't expected this. He had confronted it. He had stood face to face with his darkness. He had seen it for what it was. So why, Why did it still linger? Why did the feeling of it crawl across his skin like 1,000 invisible spiders? "You don't understand," the voice continued, and this time it sounded almost like a plea. "This is your burden, your price for survival. You can't outrun the consequences of your choices. You will always carry me with you." Henry felt a chill creep up his spine. The words were familiar, but they didn't feel like the shadow's voice anymore. This time, the voice felt personal. He looked around the room, his heart pounding. The space was darkening again, the walls closing in, the air thickening like it had before. But now he could feel something more, an intention. Something was trying to hold him here, to bind him to this place, this moment. "I am you," the voice whispered softly, a dark certainty in its tone. "Every fear, every regret, every time you chose to survive at any cost, I became a part of you. You made me real. You shaped me, and now you can't unmake me." Henry's pulse quickened. The walls seemed to close in further, his mind struggling to comprehend the weight of those words. It wasn't just a force of guilt or a manifestation of fear. It was his own soul, the broken, fractured parts of himself that he had buried, that he had refused to face. He hadn't forgiven himself, not completely. He had accepted the darkness, but he hadn't reconciled with it. He hadn't embraced all of it. The shadow didn't simply represent the past. It was a part of him, a consequence of the choices he had made in order to survive. And now it was time to face that truth. The last, final truth. The room was no longer just a space. It was an arena, a battleground where Henry's internal conflicts would be played out. He could feel the weight of everything, every regret, every mistake, every time he had chosen fear over understanding, every time he had pushed the pain down and kept going. All of it was in this moment, in this place. And the shadow, the entity that had haunted him, was not some external force. It was his reflection. "You thought you could be free of me," the voice continued, now rising in pitch. "But you can't. Not until you've faced me. All of me." Henry's chest tightened. The words were like a flood, a torrent of everything he had buried beneath layers of survival, beneath layers of time. He wasn't free, because he hadn't faced the full cost of his survival. He hadn't forgiven himself for the things he'd done in order to live. The moments he had chosen self-preservation over connection, the people he had left behind, the love he had abandoned, the choices that had hurt people. And now, that reckoning was here, standing before him as an incarnation of the very darkness. He had tried to outrun. "Look at me," the shadow commanded. "Look at yourself." Henry's hands trembled, his vision narrowing. The world around him began to shimmer once more, the walls fading into the dark, the air thickening, pressing against his chest, as though the very fabric of reality was becoming too tight. The presence of the shadow, the voice, grew louder, more insistent, and then in the center of the swirling darkness the figure began to form. Not just a reflection, not just an echo. It was him. The face that stared back at him was his, but twisted, broken, fragmented in ways he couldn't comprehend. The eyes were hollow, dark, consumed by sorrow, regret, and pain. There was a hunger in them, a gnawing emptiness that made Henry's stomach churn. "You did this," the figure said, its voice the same as his, but tinged with a raw bitterness that made the words cut like knives. "You created me. You fed me. You made me real." Henry swallowed, his heart pounding in his ears. His reflection, no, the entity, stepped forward, coming out of the darkness, its form disjointed, shifting like smoke and shadow. It loomed over him, its eyes burning with accusation, with truth. The truth. Henry had lived with this entity for so long, believed it was something outside of him, something he could outrun. But it wasn't outside of him. It was within. Every choice, every action, every part of him that he had tried to bury had given this thing shape, had allowed it to grow. This was the final reckoning, the last test of his strength. He had to face the truth, the full extent of it. Not just the parts of him he had accepted, but the ones he had rejected. "Face me," the entity hissed. "You can't outrun me, not anymore." The cold, clammy feeling of the past clung to Henry's skin as he stood there, the walls of his own psyche closing in around him. He wasn't just battling a ghost or a figment of his imagination. He was battling himself, and this time, there was no escape. There was no running. Henry stepped forward, and for the first time in his life, he faced himself, not the man he wished he had been, not the man he thought he should have been, but the man he truly was. The man he had always been, and, as he did, the world, his world, shifted again. But this time, it wasn't darkening, it was opening. The moment stretched long and taut, like a rope pulled to the point of snapping. The walls of the world around Henry quivered, shifting, as though reality itself had become elastic. The echo of his heartbeat thundered in his chest, each pulse like a drumbeat, a countdown that carried him toward the final moment. His breath was ragged, caught in his throat as he faced the figure standing before him, the reflection of his soul, the shadow that had haunted him for as long as he could remember. It was not a mere phantom, not just a ghost. It was him, the parts of him he had buried, the parts of him he had never truly acknowledged. All the choices he had made out of fear, guilt, and survival were now standing in front of him, embodied in the dark, twisted shape of his own reflection. This was the final test. He had already confronted the shadow, already looked into the depths of his own soul. But it wasn't enough. He had thought that by facing it, by speaking the words of forgiveness, he could somehow free himself. But the truth was not so simple. The shadow had never been outside of him. It had always been within. And in order to truly let go, to break free of its grasp, he had to accept that this shadow was not an enemy to be defeated. It was a part of him, a part that he had to understand, not destroy. "You think you're free now?" The shadow's voice echoed, each word soaked in venom, but there was something else too, something softer, a hint of sorrow. "You think that by confronting me you've won? You can't win. You've carried me for so long, Henry. You'll never be rid of me." Henry's throat tightened as the words sank in. They weren't just spoken from an entity. They were his own thoughts, his own fears, the beliefs he had carried for so long. But as he stood there, facing this twisted version of himself, he realized something profound, something he had been afraid to admit. He did carry the shadow. He always had. But it wasn't something he could erase or outrun. It was a part of his story, and to truly heal, he had to stop running from it. He had to make peace with it. Henry took a slow step forward, his feet heavy, as though the very air itself was pressing against him, but he didn't stop. He kept walking until he stood face to face with the dark figure. The shadows twisted. Grin faded, and for a moment, its features softened, revealing the same anguish and weariness Henry had carried for so long. "You've never understood," the shadow whispered. "It wasn't about defeating me. It was about accepting me." The words landed like a slap, but Henry didn't flinch. He had spent too long running from his past, from the choices he had made, from the parts of himself he had been too afraid to confront. He had pushed so much away, buried it deep inside, convinced that if he didn't face it, it wouldn't control him. But he was wrong. It was always there, waiting. Henry closed his eyes for a moment, allowing the truth to settle within him. It was not something that could be fixed, nor something that could be erased. It wasn't about eradicating the darkness. It was about embracing it. The shadow was not his enemy. It was part of him, the part that had learned to survive, to endure, no matter the cost. When Henry opened his eyes again, the shadow was gone. The room was still dark, but the oppressive weight that had once clung to the air had lifted. The space around him was no longer a distorted, shifting realm. It was solid, anchored in a way it had never been before. The walls were clear. The ground beneath him felt real, firm. And the shadows, though they remained, were no longer alive with menace. They were simply shadows, harmless. "It's over," Henry whispered to the empty space. His voice trembled, but there was no fear. There was no longer any need for fear. The temperature in the room shifted, warmth spreading like sunlight breaking through the storm. A soft, familiar scent filled the air, and Henry felt something that he hadn't felt in so long. Peace. It was fleeting, delicate, but it was real. He had done it. He had faced the last of his darkness and understood it for what it was. He had faced himself. But that was not the end of his journey. No, it was just the beginning. A sudden shift caught Henry's attention. The door to the room, which he had not seen before, now creaked open. It was a simple wooden door, unremarkable in its appearance, yet the sense of possibility it held was undeniable. Henry stepped toward it, his hand brushing the cool wood. His heart thudded in his chest as he reached for the handle. It didn't matter what lay on the other side. What mattered was that he was ready to face it, ready to step into the future, unburdened by the shadows of his past. He took a deep breath, turned the handle and stepped through. And on the other side, the world was waiting. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2, the morning was colder than expected. A creeping chill, like fingers pressing through cracks in the walls, made its way beneath the heavy blankets. Emma shivered as she reached for her phone, its blue light briefly blinding her eyes. The screen flickered, as if struggling to wake. The digital clock blinked 7:42 a.m. Her roommate Isla should have been awake by now. She always was, up before the sun, her alarm blaring like a foghorn. Emma had grown used to it, but today there was silence. Emma stretched, rubbing her eyes, as the haze of sleep began to lift. She pulled back the covers and swung her legs off the side of the bed, her feet making contact with the cold hardwood floor. The stillness of the room hung thick in the air, unsettling in its unnatural calm. The scent of fresh coffee that usually greeted her in the mornings was absent. She glanced over at Isla's bed. The blankets were still perfectly arranged as, though untouched, Isla was a creature of habit. If she wasn't in class, she was always either at her desk or in the bathroom by this hour. Her routines were methodical, almost predictable. A slight unease fluttered in Emma's chest. She stood up and walked to the small kitchen nook in their dorm room. No coffee brewing, no sounds of movement. Everything was unnervingly still. "Isla?" Emma called out. Her voice broke the silence like a stone dropped into a deep well, but there was no response. She frowned, walking toward Isla's side of the room, where her desk was piled high with books, notes, and an abandoned coffee mug. Isla's backpack lay beside it, zipper open, as though she'd left in a hurry. Emma looked toward the bathroom door, which was cracked open. She expected to hear the shower running or the sound of Isla brushing her teeth, but again, nothing. The absence of sound pressed on her like a weight in the room. She knocked gently on the bathroom door. "Isla." Her voice trembled. a reflection of the tightening knot in her stomach. She waited. No answer. Emma hesitated for only a moment before pushing the door open. The bathroom was empty. It looked exactly as it should. Towels hanging on the rack, toothpaste tube uncapped, half of a bottle of shampoo sitting on the edge of the sink. No sign of Isla. Her heart began to pound in her chest. Her pulse quickened, and her breath caught in her throat. She hadn't seen Isla go out last night, hadn't heard the door open, hadn't heard anything unusual at all. She stared at the space, trying to understand, trying to make sense of the emptiness. The silence in the room felt oppressive now, like a thick fog that threatened to swallow her whole. Emma's hand trembled as she reached for her phone again. She tapped the screen, hoping for a message from Isla, something, anything, to explain the strange stillness in their shared space. There was nothing. Just before Emma could call out again, a chill prickled up her spine. A sound, distant but unmistakable, came from Isla's bed. It was soft at first, like the rustling of fabric, like someone shifting under the blankets. The air around her grew colder, colder than it should have been for the middle of the morning, and her breath formed a visible cloud in front of her face. She took a step forward, her mind racing with unspoken questions. Was it a draft? A trick of her senses? Emma's footfalls were too loud in the silence, too jarring. She stood by Isla's desk, her eyes fixed on the empty bed. A sudden urge to check the closet gripped her, though she wasn't sure why. She moved toward it, her legs heavy with dread. She tugged open the closet door. Empty. Only clothes hung in rows, silent and still, waiting to be worn. But something else caught her eye. A small piece of paper pinned beneath one of Isla's shirts. Emma plucked it from the hook and unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was unmistakably Isla's. "I'm not gone." Emma blinked, the words sinking into her chest with a strange heaviness. A chill ran down her spine. Her stomach twisted in confusion. This made no sense. How could Isla leave a message and disappear at the same time? She scanned the room again as though expecting Isla to materialize from the shadows. The eerie silence hung thicker now, pressing down on her. Emma's breath was shallow, her throat tight. Something was wrong. This was wrong. Emma turned toward the door, the unease swelling inside her. But then her eyes caught something out of the corner of her vision. The mirror. It was located across from Isla's bed, reflecting the empty space where Isla's body had been just hours ago. But in the mirror, Emma saw something different. Isla's face. Not her real face, but a twisted, distorted version of it. Pale, wide-eyed and unmoving. It stared at her from the glass, its lips curled into a twisted, unnatural smile. It was as though the reflection of Isla had been frozen in place. No life, no movement, just a hollow imitation of her former self. The hair hung limp and lifeless, the eyes fixed in a haunting expression. Emma gasped, stumbling backward. She looked around the room frantically, but when she glanced back at the mirror, the reflection was gone. Just a still, empty room staring back at her. Her heart raced in her chest. Had she seen that? Had she imagined it? Her phone vibrated in her hand. Emma glanced down, relief flooding her chest as she saw a message notification from Isla. Her thumb shook as she unlocked the phone. "I'm fine, don't worry. Just wait." Emma's skin prickled, the hairs on the back of her neck standing at attention. Her fingers hovered over the screen, hesitating. Isla had sent this only moments ago, but it didn't feel like it was from Isla. It didn't sound like Isla. The words were too cold, too disconnected. Suddenly the lights flickered. Once, twice. Then all the light in the room blinked out, plunging her into darkness. Emma froze, holding her breath. For a long, long moment there was nothing. No sound, no movement. Just an oppressive quiet that seemed to grow heavier with each passing second. Then, faintly, from somewhere deep within the room, she heard a sound, a whisper, a voice, low and distant, almost like it was coming from behind the walls. It didn't sound like Isla's voice, though it was close. It was a whisper of words she couldn't quite make out. Something about not leaving, about waiting, about... Then it stopped. The air felt thick. Her mind raced with questions, with fears that couldn't be named. She reached out, her hand trembling, as she fumbled for the light switch. Her fingers brushed the wall, the switch. But when she flicked it, the lights refused to come back on. The temperature in the room dropped even further. In the dim light of her phone, she noticed something she hadn't seen before. The mirror. It was cracked. A long, jagged line ran down the center of it, as though something had slashed across it in a single motion. Suddenly, the whispers returned. Louder, clearer, almost urgent now. "Don't leave me here," the voice murmured. The words froze her blood. She turned around, heart pounding. The room was empty, but something was watching her. The room had gone eerily still again, the silence pressing down on Emma's chest like a weighted blanket. Her breath came in short, shallow gasps as she glanced over her shoulder, her phone's dim light illuminating the cracked mirror that now seemed to pulse with a sinister energy. The voice had been clear, too clear to ignore. "Don't leave me here." The words clung to the air, their faint echo vibrating against her bones. Her pulse hammered in her throat, and for a moment, the oppressive silence of the room felt almost suffocating. She stared at the mirror again, unwillingly drawn to it, her eyes tracing the jagged line that marred the surface. It was an odd thing to see a crack in the glass, but something about it, something about the way it stretched downward, felt wrong. No ordinary crack, more like something had slashed it from the inside. Emma's gaze locked on her own reflection. Her face seemed unfamiliar, too pale, too drawn, as though the weight of her thoughts had left a mark on her features. But there was something else, something shifting just behind her reflection. Her stomach twisted in a sickening knot. The hairs on her neck stood on end. The room was far colder now, the temperature dropping steadily. Emma could see her breath, slow puffs of white vapor escaping her lips. She reached up to rub her arms, trying to chase away the chill, but the cold seemed to seep into her skin, settling deep inside her bones. Her eyes flicked back to the mirror. Something was moving. It wasn't just her reflection. No, it was something else. There in the background, standing just behind her, barely visible at first, a shadow, thin, looming. It was Isla. No, it wasn't. The shape was tall, unnaturally tall, with arms too long for its body. Its face, if it had one, was obscured by shadows. It stood there, motionless, as though frozen, waiting. Emma's heart skipped a beat. Her instincts screamed at her to move, to run, but her body was rooted to the spot, as though an invisible force held her in place. The shadow seemed to sway, its movements slow and deliberate, as though it was contemplating whether to approach her or remain where it was. It was the kind of presence that makes you feel small, insignificant. The way it loomed just behind her was suffocating, as if the very air around her had thickened. Emma swallowed hard. She forced her feet to move, her body stiff with fear. But the closer she came to the door, the colder the room became. Her breath was a cloud before her face now, the chill unbearable, as though the temperature had dropped 20 degrees in a matter of seconds. She stopped, her hand frozen on the doorknob. No sound, just the pounding of her heart, louder than anything else. But as she hesitated, the whispering began again. It was faint at first, like a breeze stirring the leaves, but the words were unmistakable. "Why are you leaving?" Emma's pulse quickened. She twisted the door handle with shaking fingers, but it wouldn't budge. The door wouldn't open. Her stomach churned. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. "Don't leave me. Don't leave me alone." The voice had changed, become more desperate, like a child begging for attention. But it wasn't Isla. She could tell that much. This voice was something else, something older, something darker. "Isla," Emma whispered into the stillness. Her voice was hoarse, barely above a breath, as though speaking too loudly might make the thing behind her, whatever it was, move closer. "Isla, are you there?" The shadow moved again, just behind her. Emma felt its presence shift, the weight of it pressing down on her spine. She dared not look back. The longer she stayed, the more the air around her seemed to shift, as though the room itself was alive, breathing, watching. A cold hand seemed to brush against her back, and she spun around in a frantic, jerky motion, heart hammering in her chest. Nothing. There was nothing behind her, nothing but the cracked mirror and her reflection. Yet the room felt fuller somehow, suffused with an unnatural presence, a weight pressing down from every angle. "Don't leave me," came the voice again. But this time, it was different. It wasn't desperate anymore. It was sinister. Emma felt the chill crawl up her neck, a crawling dread that seeped into her skin and made her blood run cold. The voice was closer now. Her reflection moved. It wasn't her face staring back at her anymore. No, it was Isla's face, only it was wrong. Too pale, the eyes wide and hollow, a sickeningly blank expression covering her features. Her mouth opened, the lips stretching unnaturally wide as though the reflection was mocking her. "Leave," Isla's reflection whispered, its lips pulling into a grin. "You shouldn't have come here." The words hit Emma like a slap, and the reflection seemed to mock her, contorting and twisting, as if it had taken on a life of its own. Her heart clenched with fear. With a scream that she didn't recognize as her own, Emma backed away, stumbling over Isla's desk chair. The air around her thickened, heavy with the oppressive force of the room. The shadow, no longer just a shape, but now something much more substantial, seemed to solidify in the reflection, an inky blackness that clung to the walls like smoke. "Run." The whisper came again, and this time it felt like the very walls were whispering with it. The room was alive with the sound of her name. "Run, before it's too late!" She couldn't breathe. The words weighed heavily on her chest as she stumbled backward, her hand reaching out for the door once more. This time, the door opened, but as she stepped into the hallway, a sound, something metallic, scraped across the floor. A low, bone-chilling screech. The door to the room slammed shut behind her with a force that sent a shudder down her spine. She whipped around, her heart pounding, but nothing followed her into the hallway. Nothing but the silence. Emma stood there, breathless and shaking, staring at the door, the echo of the scraping noise still ringing in her ears. Her phone buzzed again. She glanced down, but the message wasn't from Isla this time. "Come back." The words sent a jolt of fear through her. She felt herself faltering. The hallway felt too empty, too silent now. A hollow place where every step she took only seemed to amplify the eerie tension wrapping around her. The dorm building, this place where she had felt safe, now felt like a trap, a snare. She turned to head down the hallway, but as she did, her eyes caught something. A reflection in the window at the far end of the hall. Isla. No, not Isla. It couldn't be. It was her, but it wasn't. Her figure, distorted, twisted, stood at the window, looking out, unmoving. The same empty, hollow eyes stared back at Emma, their gaze far too vacant, too distant. The figure in the reflection began to smile, not Isla's smile, a smile that twisted into something darker. Emma's heart stopped, and then the whisper came again. "Come back." Emma didn't run. Not yet. She couldn't. Her feet felt cemented to the floor, as though the building itself was holding her in place. The figure in the window, Isla, no, not Isla, was gone, but its presence still clung to the air, thick and suffocating. She could still feel its eyes on her, that chilling gaze that seemed to burrow into her soul. She had to move. She had to escape. Her legs felt weak, but she forced herself to walk down the hallway, each step heavier than the last. The dorm was eerily quiet now. The usual hum of distant conversations, the clatter of feet on tile floors, the faint sound of laughter echoing from a neighboring room, all of it had vanished. All that was left was silence, the kind that made her skin crawl and her heartbeat thud in her ears. As she reached the end of the hall, the fluorescent lights flickered above her, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch out and follow her, like fingers of darkness. She pulled her jacket tighter around herself, feeling a cold that wasn't just from the air. It was a cold that settled deep inside her, a chill that gnawed at her bones. At the far end of the hall, the elevator doors stood open. She had never noticed that before. The elevator had always been out of order, a broken relic of a bygone era. Its metal doors rusted shut for as long as she could remember. Yet now it was open, inviting her in with its dark, yawning maw. Something was wrong. Emma's fingers trembled as she reached for the elevator button. She should have just turned around, gone back to her room, called someone. But something primal, whispered to her that she had to know more. She had to understand what was happening. The elevator creaked as its doors closed behind her, and the faintest hint of cold, damp air seeped in from the shaft. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled. She pushed the button for the ground floor, but the numbers on the display didn't change. They flickered, as though refusing to settle. The numbers scrambled, constantly shifting, as though they were mocking her confusion. She pressed the button again. Nothing. The elevator lurched forward suddenly, its motion jerky, like a sickening cough from a machine on the verge of breaking. The sound of metal grinding against metal filled the air, making her stomach turn. She gripped the railing at her side, trying to steady herself, her breath coming faster as she forced herself to watch the flickering numbers. They didn't make sense. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the elevator stopped. The doors opened, but the hallway she stepped into wasn't the dorm hallway. It was a hallway she didn't recognize. The walls were peeling with age, the floor covered in a thin layer of dust, untouched by time. There were no windows, no signs of life, just the oppressive silence and the stale air that seemed to cling to the very walls. Emma's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't right. She was sure the elevator didn't go anywhere near this part of the building. She reached for her phone. Again, her hands shaking, her fingers fumbling for the screen. She had to get out of here. She had to... Her phone buzzed again. "I'm waiting." The words echoed in her mind. A low, guttural voice that wasn't Isla's. The chilling certainty that something was waiting for her down here made her stomach twist. She stepped out of the elevator, trying to make sense of her surroundings, but everything felt off. The walls seemed to pulse, the shadows too long, too heavy. The air was thick with a strange odor, like wet stone and old wood. The corridor stretched endlessly before her, with no doors, no rooms, just the oppressive weight of something ancient pressing down from above. She took a step, then another. And then she saw it. At the end of the hall was a door. Not just any door. This one was different. The door seemed to shimmer, as though it existed in two places at once, a flickering mirage of wood and metal that didn't quite match the rest of the hallway. There was no sign on it, no markings, nothing to indicate it should be there. It was simply there. And something told her deep inside that she had no choice but to approach it. She walked toward the door, her pulse pounding. in her ears. Every step felt like a struggle, as though the very air around her was resisting her movement. The door seemed to draw closer, but the space between them didn't shrink. It felt like time had stretched, as though it were playing tricks on her. When she finally reached it, she hesitated, her fingers hovering over the doorknob. The door didn't feel like a door, not in the traditional sense. It felt like a boundary, something that shouldn't be crossed. But the whispering came again. "Come in." The voice was unmistakable, the same voice. It wasn't Isla, it wasn't anyone she knew. It was something else, something wrong. The door creaked as Emma turned the knob, and she stepped inside. The room was small, cramped, and dimly lit by a single flickering bulb hanging from the ceiling. The walls were bare except for faint, faded markings, symbols she didn't recognize. They looked like scratches, but the texture was wrong, as if something had dragged its nails across the stone, something with too many fingers. And then, at the center of the room, she saw it, Isla's backpack. It was open, its contents spilling out onto the floor in a disorganized heap. Emma's breath hitched in her throat. The sight of Isla's things she knew so well, was like a punch to her gut. The familiarity of it felt so wrong, as though it shouldn't be here. She walked toward it, her steps hesitant, her body stiff with the weight of dread that seemed to settle over her like a fog. She knelt down, her fingers brushing against the items that had spilled out. A notebook, a few pens, a half-empty water bottle. But when her fingers brushed something cold, something metallic, she froze. A phone. Isla's phone. Emma grabbed it, her heart racing, and unlocked the screen. The same messages, the same notifications. "Come back. I'm waiting. Don't leave me here." The words burned into her mind. And then, as if in response to her touch, the phone screen flickered and went black. She jerked her hand away, a cold sweat breaking out across her forehead. A low, grinding noise rumbled from behind her, deep and guttural, like the building itself was waking up, groaning from its very foundations. The air in the room grew colder. The shadows seemed to shift and dance, moving toward her, drawing closer, like fingers reaching out to grab her. "Come closer," the voice whispered. It was louder now, more insistent. "You're so close." Her breath caught in her throat as she spun around, her eyes scanning the room in a frantic blur. The door had disappeared. There was no way out. Suddenly she heard a sound, faint but growing louder. A low hum, like an engine revving in the distance. It grew closer, louder. It was coming from somewhere beneath the floor, from somewhere deep within the building. The walls seemed to breathe, shifting with a sound that was both organic and mechanical, as though the entire place was alive, groaning and moaning beneath her feet. Her chest tightened, her vision narrowing as she felt something close in from all sides. And then, from the corner of her eye, something moved. A figure, standing just beyond the reach of the dim light. It was a silhouette, a person, but too tall, too distorted. Their limbs stretched unnaturally long, and as they moved toward her, their face became clearer. It was Isla, but not Isla. The same pale, hollow eyes, the same twisted expression, her lips curling into that twisted, mocking smile. "Don't leave me," the thing said, its voice a low, guttural rasp. "You can't leave." The figure reached out, its fingers too long, too sharp. Emma's heart was thundering in her chest, her entire body stiff with terror, as the figure, Isla's distorted form, stretched its long, gnarled fingers toward her. She wanted to scream, wanted to run, but her legs refused to obey her, frozen, in place by a deep primal fear. Every inch of her being screamed for escape, but there was nowhere to go. The figure's twisted smile widened, its eyes, those hollow, inhuman eyes, staring at her with an intensity that pierced through her chest. She could feel its gaze, cold and suffocating, as though it was burrowing into her very soul, stripping away the last remnants of her courage. Its smile stretched even further, the skin around its mouth stretching grotesquely, like the very muscles were fighting against their own limits. "Don't leave me," the thing crooned again, its voice a sickening blend of Isla's tones and something much darker. The words felt like ice water being poured directly into Emma's veins. "You're just like the others. You'll stay. You have to stay." Emma stumbled backward, her breath coming in panicked gasps. The walls seemed to close in on her, the shadows creeping forward like living tendrils, pulling at her limbs, urging her to stay. The flickering light above her buzzed and crackled, casting odd, jerky shadows that seemed to twist and writhe as though the very room itself was a living thing, a twisted, malevolent presence. She didn't know where she was. The room had no boundaries, no defining features except the unbearable weight of the air, thick and suffocating. It felt as though she were standing at the edge of an endless abyss, her feet perched on the precipice of some deep, yawning chasm. The figure, the thing that had once been Isla, took another step forward. Its movement was jerky, unnatural, like a marionette whose strings had been pulled too tight. The corners of its mouth curled upward in that chilling, mocking smile. The skin on its face sagged, and its lips trembled as though they were fighting against the grotesque distortion that had taken over it. Emma's eyes snapped to the door. It was still gone, but she could feel it now, the oppressive weight of the room. The air was dense with something dark, something old. The very essence of the place seemed to be pulsating, a low, rhythmic hum that vibrated in her bones. She could hear something beneath the floorboards now, a deep, throbbing pulse that seemed to mimic her own heartbeat. The thing, the Isla thing, was getting closer. Its fingers were now only inches from her face, and Emma instinctively recoiled, but her back hit the cold stone wall behind her. She was trapped. There was nowhere to go. The figure leaned forward, its breath hot and foul against her skin. "You're afraid," it whispered, the words dragging across her mind like the scraping of nails on glass. "You should be. You're already in it now. There's no escape from this." She shuddered, her hands trembling as she pressed them to her ears, trying to block out the horrific whispers that were clawing at her mind. They were everywhere now, in the walls, in the air, in her head. The sound of them, low, insistent, gnawing at her sanity, grew louder with each passing second. The echoes of the whispers multiplied, overlapping, until they were a cacophony, a storm of voices that raged inside her skull. "Stay with me, Emma." The thing's voice softened, and for a fleeting moment, it almost sounded like Isla. "I'm waiting for you. It's too late to leave." The room swirled around her, the air becoming thick and oppressive. The shadows seemed to pulse, with a life of their own, stretching and warping until they seemed to twist into impossible shapes. The walls, once stone, began to dissolve into something darker, deeper, blackness. The blackness seemed to reach out to her, tendrils of nothingness curling around her arms, her chest, squeezing the air from her lungs. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. Everything was closing in on her, collapsing in on itself until she was consumed by the weight of it. The edges of her vision darkened, and for a moment she thought she might lose herself entirely in the suffocating void. But then, through the dark, she saw it. A door. Not the one that had vanished earlier, but a new one she hadn't seen before. Its edges were faintly illuminated by a flickering light. The light seemed fragile, as though it could be extinguished at any moment. But it was real. The door was there, and it was her only chance. She stumbled forward, her limbs moving like they belonged to someone else, dragging her body toward that tiny sliver of hope. The figure, the thing, was still behind her. its footsteps slow and deliberate, the sound of its grotesque form shifting like the scraping of bones on stone. The whispers were growing louder, filling her mind, pulling her down into the depths of her fear. "Don't leave me," the thing called out, its voice now high and shrill. It sounded almost desperate, as though it could sense her resolve faltering, her will weakening. She reached for the door, her hands trembling as she grasped the cold handle. The whispers were right behind her now, their words no longer even discernible, just a storm of noise crashing against her skull. With one final, desperate twist of the doorknob, she pulled the door open. But what she saw on the other side wasn't salvation. It was another room. This one was different from the others. The air in the room was still, frozen even, and everything about it felt wrong. The walls were covered in dark stains, patches of blackened mildew, and what looked like dried blood. The floor was littered with discarded objects, clothes, books, torn papers, empty bottles, all scattered in an unorganized mess. But what caught her attention was what lay in the center of the room. A figure. A body. It was Isla. No, it wasn't Isla. The body, slumped in the middle of the room, was not hers, but the resemblance was uncanny. The face was pale, too pale, and its eyes were wide open, but lifeless, staring into nothingness. Its mouth was slightly agape, as though frozen in a scream that could never escape. The skin was cracked like dried earth, and the entire body seemed to have shriveled under some unnatural force, twisted beyond recognition. The clothes, it looked like Isla's clothes, were torn in several places, the fabric fraying like it had been through something indescribable. Emma recoiled, her breath catching in her throat. But then, something caught her eye. On the wall behind the body was a single jagged mark. It wasn't a scratch. No, it was something more deliberate, something etched into the stone, the way someone might carve a name or a symbol. But this mark was different. It was an intricate pattern, a series of interwoven lines and shapes that didn't make sense, like the remains of something ancient, something old and powerful. A low growl rumbled beneath her feet. She turned. The door behind her slammed shut. A second later, a new whisper filled the air. "Welcome home." The door slammed shut with a finality that resonated through the walls, shaking the very foundation of the room. Emma spun around, her heart racing, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her mind was reeling, struggling to make sense of the grotesque sight she had just witnessed, the twisted, lifeless body that looked like Isla. She could still hear the low, guttural growl reverberating beneath the floor, like a beast prowling just out of sight, waiting for its prey to make a fatal mistake. The air felt heavy, charged with an unnatural energy, as though the room itself was alive, watching her, waiting. A deep, oppressive silence settled in, broken only by the distant hum of something far below the ground, something that hummed with an urgency, a primal thrum that seemed to vibrate inside her chest. Emma reached out for the wall, her fingers pressing against the cold stone, trying to steady herself, trying to find something familiar in the midst of the nightmarish reality that was closing in on her. The room seemed to stretch, the walls distorting, growing larger and smaller, as though they were warping with the very beat of her pulse. The jagged, twisted marks on the wall glared at her, their patterns too complex to comprehend, their lines and shapes seeming to move, shift, and reconfigure like a puzzle that had no solution. But what had she missed? The body was real. Too real. It looked like Isla. No, it wasn't Isla. It couldn't be. And yet the face was unmistakable. The pale, lifeless skin, the vacant eyes that stared at nothing but the endless void. "Stay," a voice whispered. From behind her, Emma froze. She had heard that voice before. Faint, distant, but undeniably familiar. It was a voice she had tried to shut out of her mind, a voice that clawed at her consciousness, like nails against glass. It was the voice of the thing, whatever had once been Isla, calling her back, pulling her into the depths of the nightmare. Her pulse quickened, her legs trembling as she took a step back, her eyes darting around the room, desperate for an exit, for anything that could make sense of the madness. But the room was just a maze, a trap, and the more she moved, the more it seemed to close in on her. The walls seemed to pulse with that same low growl she had felt earlier, a dark force, a presence that was both ancient and hungry. "Come closer." The voice coaxed, now closer, sharper, like it was breathing down her neck. "I'm waiting for you." Emma's breath hitched. The words clawed at her skin, digging into her mind like a splinter, pulling her toward the thing she feared most. The truth that had been buried, the truth she hadn't wanted to find. She had to get out. She had to escape before it consumed her. But there was no escape. Not anymore. The air felt thick with the scent of damp earth, like something rotting beneath her feet. The light overhead flickered, casting long, twisting shadows across the room, making it seem as though the walls were closing in, folding around her like the jaws of a monstrous creature. She couldn't breathe. The weight of the darkness pressing in on her was unbearable, suffocating, and every part of her screamed to leave, to run, but her body wouldn't obey. "Don't run from me, Emma," the voice purred, now directly behind her, sending a cold shiver down her spine. It wasn't just a whisper now. It was everywhere, inside her, around her, drowning out all other sounds. "You're already here. You've always been here." Her head spun. The room felt like it was spinning too. A vortex, a maelstrom that threatened to tear her apart. Her vision blurred, and for a brief moment, she lost track of where she was. The air around her became thick, like a fog of memories she couldn't escape. Isla's face flashed before her eyes, her smiling face, her kind eyes, the face of the girl who had been her friend, her roommate, the girl who had vanished without a trace. The memory surged back like a tidal wave, and suddenly Emma was no longer in this dark, oppressive room. She was back in the dormitory, back in the place where everything had started. She remembered Isla, her laugh, the way her eyes always sparkled when she talked about her family, the way they stayed up late, talking about everything and nothing. It had been so normal then, so simple. But something had changed. Emma's gut twisted. There had been something wrong about Isla's behavior, something that hadn't been right even before she disappeared. That feeling had been nagging at her, scratching at the back of her mind, but she had pushed it aside, choosing to believe that it was just stress or schoolwork or anything but something darker, something much more sinister. The whispers were growing louder again, louder than ever before. Her head throbbed, her skull vibrating with the noise, the pressure building until it felt like it would crack her open. She pressed her palms against her ears, but it didn't help. The sound was inside her, gnawing at her thoughts, making it impossible to think clearly. The walls were pulsating now, undulating like they had a heartbeat of their own. And through the pulse of sound, she heard something else. A distant, soft, scratching sound, like something clawing at the walls beneath the floor. Emma's eyes shot toward the body on the floor, the thing that had once been Isla. The room was silent now. A strange, suffocating silence. And then, from the depths of that silence, came the scraping again. It was slow at first, tentative, like the thing was testing the room, testing the boundaries. The body began to shift. At first, it was subtle. A slight twitch of the fingers, a subtle shift of the head. Emma froze, her breath catching in her throat, her heart pounding against her rib cage like a drum. The thing, this imitation of Isla, was alive. It wasn't dead. It had never been dead. It had been waiting, and then it moved. The figure jerked upright with a grotesque jerky motion, its neck cracking and snapping like dry wood. Its head swung unnaturally to one side, the skin pulling tight over its skull. Its eyes, wide and glassy, locked onto Emma with that same hollow stare it had worn before. The smile, no, it wasn't a smile anymore, twisted into something far worse, a hideous distortion of the human form. "Don't leave me, Emma," it whispered. The voice was no longer even pretending to be Isla. It was something much worse, a guttural rasp, a sound that could never have come from a human throat. The thing lurched toward her, its movements jerky, spasmodic. Each step was accompanied by the sickening crack of bones out of place, of joints too stiff, of something not meant to move this way. Emma stumbled backward, her foot catching on the jagged edge of a broken piece of furniture, sending her crashing to the ground. Her breath hitched, her hands scrabbling desperately against the cold stone floor as she tried to push herself up, but the thing was faster. It was already too close. Its arms reaching for her, fingers twisted, nails too long and too sharp, scraping against the air with a sound that made her insides twist. "Stay with me," it rasped again, its voice a distorted echo of Isla's. "We belong together." The air was thick with the smell of rot now, the stench of decay and death curling into Emma's nostrils, filling her lungs with each desperate breath. She could taste the foulness in the back of her throat. It wasn't just the thing in front of her. It was everywhere. The entire room reeked of it, and she could feel it in her chest, in the pit of her stomach. This wasn't just a hallucination. It wasn't just her mind playing tricks on her. Whatever this was, it was real. It was here. Her thoughts were racing now, her panic suffocating her ability to think clearly. She had to find a way out. She had to. And then she remembered. The symbols on the wall, the markings, the pattern that hadn't made sense before. The key. With a cry of desperation, she forced herself to her feet, her knees shaking as she scrambled toward the symbols, her fingers brushing against the stone. They weren't just markings. They were a map, a series of interconnected lines and shapes that formed a larger whole. A design. She pressed her hand against the center of the pattern, and the world trembled. The stone beneath Emma's fingertips vibrated, humming with a strange resonance, as though the markings themselves were alive. Each groove, each line, seemed to pulse with energy, and a faint light flickered around the edges of the pattern, casting long, trembling shadows across the room. Her heart raced, and for a moment it felt like time itself had stopped. The growling beneath the floor had ceased. The whispers had quieted. She dared not breathe too loudly, too abruptly, as though any sudden movement would shatter the fragile stillness, the strange peace that had settled over her. It was almost as if the room had noticed her actions, like something ancient, something vast, was now aware of her. Aware that she had discovered the key, the symbol, the doorway to something far worse than the thing that had once been Isla. Her fingers slid over the etched markings with a growing sense of dread. The symbols, too precise, too intricate to be random, seemed to change under her touch. They were not just decorations, not just lines drawn on the wall. They were an invitation, an invocation, a warning. As her fingers traced the lines, she felt a tremor deep within the floorboards. It started low, like a rumble from the depths of the earth, and it grew louder, more insistent. The walls began to shift again, warping like the surface of a pool disturbed by an unseen hand. In the center of the room, where the figure of Isla, or whatever that thing was, had once crouched, the air began to ripple. It was subtle at first, like the distortion of heat rising from a hot pavement, but it quickly grew more pronounced. The room, already warped and unstable, now seemed to twist, as if it were coming undone at its seams, and Emma could feel her sense of self beginning to unravel as well. The mirror. Her eyes darted across the room, toward the cracked mirror hanging on the wall, its surface shrouded in shadow, as though it were pulling her in. The room's tremors grew stronger, and her body trembled with the feeling of impending collapse, of reality itself breaking apart. The mirror. She could feel its presence like a weight on her chest, a subtle, insistent pressure that made her breath shallow and her thoughts scattered. The whispers began again, louder now, their voices blending with the rumble beneath the floor, each one a different tone, a different voice, but all the same message. Look into the mirror. Emma could not resist. Her feet, though unsteady, carried her toward the mirror, each step like walking through molasses. Her body felt heavy, as if gravity itself were conspiring against her. But her mind was fixated on the mirror. It was calling her. She had to see. She had to understand. As she approached, the reflection in the glass shifted, rippling like water disturbed by a stone. The surface was no longer clear, but cloudy, as though the glass were covered in fog, its edges melting away into the shadows. Figure began to take shape in the reflection. It was Isla, or at least it looked like Isla. But the version of her that appeared in the mirror was not the friend Emma had once known. This version was gaunt, her skin drawn tight over her bones, her eyes sunken, hollow. Her lips were pulled back in a grimace that could have been mistaken for a smile, but it was anything but comforting. It was a smile that promised nothing but torment, a twisted mockery of the kindness Emma had once seen in her. The figure in the mirror lifted a hand, its fingers long and skeletal, reaching out toward Emma. But it was not Isla. No. The reflection was not just her roommate, it was something else. Something darker. The face that stared back at Emma was not human anymore. It was a mask, a vessel, a conduit for something much older, much darker. The glass rippled again, distorting the features, and Emma could see beyond the reflection, into the space behind it, a space that wasn't part of the room, wasn't part of reality. It was a void, a black abyss that seemed to stretch on forever, like a wound in the fabric of the universe itself. The thing in the mirror whispered to her, its voice sweet and sickly, full of mockery. "You should have never looked," it crooned. "You should have never come." Emma recoiled, her heart hammering in her chest, but her eyes were glued to the mirror, to the abyss that loomed behind it. She couldn't look away. Her body refused to obey, frozen in place by some invisible force, as if the mirror was pulling her in, consuming her. The whispers were deafening now, 1,000 voices, 1,000 accusations, drowning out her thoughts. "You're one of them now." The words stung, cutting through her like a blade. She couldn't breathe. The very air felt thick with suffocating pressure, and the walls around her seemed to bend in on themselves, becoming even more distorted, like they were no longer bound by the laws of physics. The room was tearing apart. The mirror was the center of it all. It was the nexus, the point of convergence between worlds, between realities. And then she saw it. In the reflection, something moved behind Isla's form. Something large, something monstrous. It was a shadow. No, not a shadow. A shape. A presence, dark and oppressive, its form barely visible, but its presence undeniable. The shape was closing in, pressing against the mirror from the other side. Emma could feel its weight, the pressure of it bearing down on her, pushing against her chest, like the hand of a giant, suffocating her. "It's time," the voice in the mirror whispered. "Time to join us." Emma stumbled back, her legs giving way beneath her as the figure in the mirror reached out again. But now it was not just Isla. No, it was something far worse. The thing in the reflection had become a hybrid, part Isla, part something else, something ancient, something that had been waiting in the dark. Its arms stretched unnaturally long, its fingers gnarled and twisted, and its eyes were now black pits, empty and endless. Emma scrambled away from the mirror, her breath catching in her throat as she tried to push herself upright. She had to get out. She had to. A deafening crack split the air. The mirror shattered, not just the glass. The entire reality around her fractured with it. The walls peeled away like paper, the floor buckled, and the air itself seemed to rip open, sending Emma hurtling into a darkness so deep that even the whispers were silenced. She fell, down into nothingness. Her body twisted through the void, weightless, disoriented. She couldn't tell where the floor was, where the ceiling was, or if there was even a ceiling at all. The darkness pressed against her, folding her in like a tomb. Her thoughts began to splinter, unraveling like threads pulled from a seam, her consciousness slipping between realities. She couldn't hold on to herself any longer. In that moment, she understood. The mirror was not just a reflection. It was a door, and the thing that had once been Isla had been waiting on the other side, waiting to drag Emma into the same fate, the same prison. It was not a choice. She had already crossed over. The abyss had taken her, and there would be no return. The fall was endless. Emma felt the pull of gravity shift in strange, sickening directions, as though the very fabric of space was warping around her. Her body flailed, lost in the dark expanse. She could feel herself spiraling through a space that didn't have an up or a down, a direction or a destination. She couldn't scream. The air was gone. She couldn't even think. The feeling was like drowning in a pool of cold, thick syrup. Every second felt like a century. Time seemed irrelevant. Here, there was no concept of it in this black void, no boundaries, no rules. Her limbs felt as though they were disconnected from her mind. She couldn't grasp what was happening, couldn't understand how she was still falling or how long it had been. Her heart hammered against her ribcage, desperately seeking a way to make sense of this place, this dimension. It wasn't a normal part of reality. She knew that now. It was a place between worlds, a void where nothing should have been able to exist. Yet here she was, alive, breathing, conscious in a world that had no right to accommodate her. Her mind screamed to escape, but there was nothing to grab onto. No light, no sense of time, just the suffocating darkness closing in on all sides. Then, just as Emma thought she might lose herself completely to the madness, the sensation of falling stopped. She hit the ground with a sickening thud, the impact knocking the air from her lungs and leaving her sprawled on her back. For a moment, everything was still. Emma lay there, gasping, her chest heaving as she tried to steady her breath, trying to regain her bearings. She blinked up into the pitch-black abyss, but the void had transformed. The air around her was thick with oppressive weight, a stifling presence that made it hard to breathe. There were no walls, no ceiling, no floor, just a vast, infinite nothing. But there was something else too, movement. In the distance, far off, she could see ripples in the air, twisting patterns of light and shadow, like whispers forming into shapes. Her heartbeat quickened. She slowly pushed herself up onto her hands and knees, trembling as she took in the scene. As her vision adjusted, she began to see what was really here, figures just beyond the veil of darkness. They were human figures, but warped. They were distorted, like reflections on a broken mirror, contorting and shifting, flickering like candle flames in a draught. And then one of them turned toward her. Emma froze. The figure was impossibly tall, too tall, its head bent unnaturally backward so that its chin rested against its chest. Its face, or what was left of it, was a grotesque mask of pale, stretched skin. Its eyes were black holes, voids where no light could escape, and its mouth hung open in an eternal scream, its lips stretched far too wide, a jagged line of emptiness. A low, guttural sound escaped its throat, a sound that could have been words, but they were too garbled. too distorted to understand. The figure took a step forward. Emma stumbled back, panic surging through her veins. She scrambled to her feet, her legs weak, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. She had to get away. She had to. Another figure stepped into her field of vision. This one was smaller, its proportions more human, but its skin was mottled and bruised, hanging loosely from its bones. Its eyes were wide open, unblinking, and its gaze was fixed firmly on Emma. There was no recognition in those eyes, only hunger. Deep, gnawing hunger. A third figure emerged from the darkness, and then a fourth. They were everywhere now, surrounding her, closing in. The air hummed with their presence, the distant whispers growing louder and louder, until they became one insistent, maddening chorus of voices all speaking at once. "Stay with us," they said. "You belong here." Emma's mind raced. She couldn't understand what was happening. These creatures, they couldn't be human. They couldn't be. But they were, and they weren't. They were like Isla. They were like the twisted version of Isla, distorted, trapped in the same space. They were souls, trapped souls, lost between realms, and if she didn't escape, if she didn't find a way out, she would be just like them. She would be lost forever. The creatures started to move closer, their movements jerky, broken like marionettes with their strings cut. Their limbs bent in unnatural angles, their eyes boring into her with a mixture of longing and malice. And then, through the noise, through the terrible chorus of distorted voices, Emma heard a familiar one. Emma. The voice was faint, but it was unmistakable. It was Isla's voice. "Isla," Emma whispered, her heart thundering in her chest. "Isla, where are you? What happened to you?" The creatures around her fell still at the sound of her voice. All at once, the whispers ceased. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence. And then, from the shadows, a figure stepped forward. It was Isla, or at least it looked like her. She was disheveled, her hair matted, her skin pale and stretched tight over her bones. Her eyes, those once warm, bright eyes, were now hollow, empty voids, like the other creatures. She was one of them. Emma's heart clenched. This couldn't be real. This couldn't be what had become of her friend. "Emma," Isla whispered again, and her voice was not the voice Emma had once known. It was hollow, ragged, like something dead. "I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't." The room around them began to shift again. The air, once thick with suffocating pressure, now grew cold. The creatures began to move once more, their twisted limbs skittering across the floor like spiders crawling towards Emma. "They are waiting for you," Isla's voice continued, growing distant, strained. "You were always meant to be here." The words echoed in Emma's mind. Always meant to be here. What was Isla saying? What had she meant by that? Emma's thoughts spun, but the horror of her situation drowned out all logic. A low rumble sounded beneath the ground, and Emma's vision blurred. In the distance, she could see an enormous, shifting shadow, a shape that dwarfed everything else in the void. It was enormous, monstrous, like a wall of shadow that blocked out all light. It moved with slow, deliberate steps, and every step it took caused the air to tremble with its weight. The creature, no, the thing, was coming. Isla stepped toward Emma, her face contorted with agony, her body twitching violently as if caught between worlds. "You can't escape," she croaked. "None of us can." Emma stepped back, heart pounding, panic clawing at her chest. She turned, searching frantically for any sign of an escape, any way out of this nightmare. But the darkness closed in, tighter, the air thickening, pressing in on her from all sides. And then she saw it. A light. A dim glow appeared, faint but unmistakable, far off in the distance. It was warm, inviting, a small beacon in the vast, oppressive dark. Isla's eyes locked onto the light, her face contorted with desperate hunger. "No," she said, her voice turning, pleading. "Don't go. Don't leave us here." The creatures all turned toward the light, their twisted, grotesque forms moving in unison, drawn toward it. Emma didn't have time to think, didn't have time to reason. Her body moved on instinct, propelled by the one thought in her mind: escape. She ran toward the light. The darkness closed in, but Emma kept running, her feet pounding against the unseen floor, her heart pounding in her chest, louder and louder, until it seemed to drown out everything else. The light was growing brighter. It was almost there. But just as Emma reached out for the warmth, for the salvation she thought she had found, the floor beneath her gave way, and Emma fell, once more, into nothingness. The fall was no longer simply a sensation. It was an experience. Emma's body was weightless again, floating through a dark, crushing void. Her limbs hung limply, her consciousness swaying between the realms of sanity and madness. Her thoughts were fragmented, slipping like sand through her fingers. The dark swallowed her whole, and with every passing second, her mind struggled to remain intact. The light, her last desperate hope, had vanished. She had reached for it, but it had disappeared as quickly as it had come. What had she seen? Was it real? Was it merely a trick? A lure to draw her deeper into this never-ending abyss? Her body continued to fall, but this time there was no sensation of movement. She felt static, as though the passage of time had lost its meaning. She could no longer tell if minutes had passed or hours, or if she had been drifting for centuries in this endless dark. The sensation of falling faded, leaving only an oppressive, crushing silence. And then came the whispers. They were faint at first, like distant murmurs just beyond the edge of her hearing. She could almost make them out, but the words were too garbled, too distant. It was as though they were coming from far away, from the other side of the universe itself. They crept under her skin, cold and invasive, their presence spreading through her bones, her heart, her very soul. "You are not alone." Emma's breath caught in her throat. Her limbs trembled as a new realization spread through her. She was not alone. The cold weight of those words settled over her, pressing against her chest. And then the shadows began to move. They swirled around her, not in the way the wind moves or the water ripples. No, this movement was deliberate, a force. It was alive. Her mind screamed, but she could not make a sound. There was no air here, no atmosphere, just the weight of the void itself. She was suffocating, not from lack of breath, but from the sheer enormity of the silence, the utter absence of anything. The whispers grew louder. More voices joined the chorus, each one insistent, clamoring, straining against the silence, each tone slightly different, each word distorted. Some were familiar, some completely alien, but they all had the same unnerving message. You were never meant to leave. We are all the same. The shadows thickened. They encroached upon her, no longer distant but pressing in, curling around her limbs. They were not made of darkness, not like she had thought. They were something else, something more ancient, something alive. They touched her, brushing against her skin with a coldness that chilled her to the bone. And the moment they did, the weight of the darkness seemed to double. The abyss seemed to take on a life of its own, folding in on itself, warping around her. Every inch of her body screamed to escape, to break free, but there was nowhere to run. You should never have looked. The words echoed, shaking her bones, sending a shockwave of terror through her. Isla. Her voice was a dry whisper, barely audible even to her own ears. She called for Isla, for any shred of humanity in this place. But there was no answer. Only more whispers, more of those twisted voices, and then something else. A presence. It pressed against her, not physically, but mentally, wrapping around her thoughts, taking root in her mind. It was not something she could fight, not something she could escape. It was inside her now. She was no longer sure if she was still falling, or if she had already reached the bottom. There was no floor, no sense of up or down. She was suspended in this dark infinity, caught between realities, between worlds. And then, out of the blackness, a shape began to form. It was massive, far, larger than anything human. It appeared to be a silhouette at first, just a dark shape emerging from the murk of the abyss. But as it drew closer, it became more defined, and Emma's heart stopped in her chest. It was a figure of shadows, an entity of pure darkness, with features that seemed to shift with every passing moment. Its face was a constantly changing mask. Eyes that swirled, mouth that stretched impossibly wide, teeth jagged like broken glass. It moved with no sound, but every inch it moved seemed to tear the air itself apart, warping reality. This thing, it was what had been behind the mirror. The entity that had taken Isla, the one that had been waiting, watching. Emma wanted to scream, but no sound came. She could feel the weight of its gaze upon her, though there were no eyes to speak of, just the ever-shifting mass of darkness. And in that gaze, she felt the weight of 1,000 lifetimes of suffering, of torment. She felt like an insect beneath a boot, a mere plaything in a game of cosmic horror. "You will become one of us," it whispered. Its voice was not like any voice she had ever heard. It was not human. It was like an echo of something ancient, something that predated time itself, and it carried with it the promise of inevitability. Emma's knees buckled as the presence loomed closer. The suffocating weight of it crushed her, pressing down on her chest, making it hard to breathe, hard to think, hard to fight. There was no escape from it, no escape from this thing. But then, something shifted. A faint glow, like the faintest trace of light, appeared at the edges of her vision. It was the same light she had seen earlier, the one that had vanished before she could reach it. The glow wasn't distant this time. It was right in front of her. "Isla." Emma's voice cracked, a jagged whisper, but she wasn't sure if it was Isla's name that she spoke, or if it was the entity's own call to her. The glowing light grew brighter, pulsing like a heartbeat. It became almost tangible, its shape solidifying into something recognizable. She could see it now, not as a distant, unreachable spot, but as a doorway, a small tear in the fabric of this void. Could it be? Could this be the way out, the exit? The salvation she had been seeking for what felt like eternity? The shadow before her, this thing, paused, as if sensing the change. It recoiled for a moment, but the moment of hesitation was enough. It was enough for Emma to gather what little strength she had left and make a decision. She could feel the pull of the light, like a lifeline in the vast, crushing dark. It was pulling her in, urging her forward. Without thinking, Emma lurched toward it. Her body moved on instinct. Her fingers stretched toward the glow, the warmth of it almost unbearable against the cold grip of the shadow. But the shadow wasn't finished. As she reached for the light, its massive form lunged forward, its jaws wide, its hands stretching toward her, grabbing at her legs. The grip was cold and heavy, like iron chains wrapping around her. No. The word was a scream in her mind. She fought, kicking, thrashing, her hands reaching for the light that seemed so close now. Her heart thundered in her chest, every muscle screaming in protest, but she wouldn't stop. She couldn't stop. The shadow's touch burned, but the light, it was there. It was within reach. "I will not become like you." With one final desperate effort, Emma hurled herself toward the light. And then, there was a crack. The darkness screamed, and she was gone. Emma's vision blurred, a haze of colors and light swirling together. Her body felt heavy, but lighter at the same time, as if the weight of the void had been lifted, only to be replaced with a pressure far more subtle, but no less suffocating. The faintest hum of sound surrounded her, the light flickering like a candle in the dark. The sensation of falling had stopped, but she could still feel the throb of her heart in her chest, erratic and frantic. The world around her was shifting, spinning in chaotic disarray, as though she had crossed some threshold between one reality and the next. Her breath hitched, a sharp gasp echoing in her ears. She wasn't sure if she was alive anymore, if she had somehow crossed into the other side. The light before her dimmed, and Emma's body jerked as she stumbled forward, desperate to maintain her balance. It felt as though the very air was trembling beneath her feet, as though the ground itself were alive. She took a few hesitant steps, her hand reaching out, fingers grazing the edges of what she could only describe as nothingness. There was no wall, no structure. The light pulsated around her, its warm glow offering a momentary sense of comfort. But even that could not mask the growing sense of dread building in her chest. And then, she heard it. The laughter. It wasn't human. It wasn't even close to being human. It was a grotesque, deep, guttural sound, an echo that bounced off every corner of this strange place she now found herself in. The laughter wasn't just from one voice. No, there were dozens of them. Dozens of hollow, broken voices, each one steeped in misery and insanity. The laughter was everywhere, surrounding her, crawling under her skin. It was a mocking sound, a derisive thing, as though some force were laughing at her very existence, her attempts to escape. Emma clenched her fists, trembling. She couldn't stay here. She couldn't stand another moment in this place. She turned, her eyes scanning the dark expanse that seemed to stretch forever. There was nothing, just shadows and shifting shapes that danced at the edge of her vision. Where am I? The thought echoed in her mind, a question without an answer. She tried to scream, but no sound came. Her throat was dry, her voice hoarse. She wasn't sure if she was still inside her own body, if she still even had a body. There was nothing to anchor her. The very nature of this place was alien to her. Understanding of the world. Ela, Emma whispered, the name escaping her lips like a prayer. Nothing answered her. There was no comfort in the silence that followed. No warmth. Only the creeping sense of being watched, of being stalked. The laughter didn't stop. It only grew louder, more frantic, more intense, until it felt as though the very air around her was vibrating with its malevolent energy. Then, through the chorus of mocking laughter, came a voice. "Welcome, Emma." The voice was chillingly familiar, cold and deep, as if it were coming from the bowels of the earth itself. Emma's breath caught in her throat. She knew this voice. She'd heard it before. Isla. The voice didn't answer, not with words, but with a shifting, writhing figure. From the shadows stepped out a silhouette, a shape that flickered in and out of existence like an apparition. It was Isla, or at least it looked like her. The figure moved with strange, jerking motions, as though it was struggling against the weight of its own existence. It reached toward Emma, its hand stretching far too long, fingers writhing, distorting, twitching at impossible angles. But the face, it was Isla's face, pale and hollow, eyes wide and unblinking as though frozen in time. But the expression was wrong. Her mouth stretched impossibly wide, her features contorted into something inhuman, like the mask of a marionette. "Emma," Isla's voice came, but it was laced with something darker. The once familiar sound was now laced with an alien tone. It was distorted, warped. "You shouldn't have come." Emma staggered back, her heart racing in her chest, the blood draining from her face as she saw the horrifying transformation of her friend. "What's happening? What is this place?" Emma cried out, her voice breaking. She wasn't sure if the words were for Isla or for herself. Isla's distorted form tilted its head at an impossible angle, eyes narrowing, and then the smile stretched across her face, a jagged thing like a crack in a glass pane. Her voice dropped to a low, guttural rasp. "This is the place where all things end, Emma, where all the lost souls are bound." The words sent a shiver down Emma's spine. Her legs shook beneath her, but she couldn't look away. The shadow of Isla, this twisted thing that had once been her friend, kept advancing, its movements jerking, a puppet with too many strings. "You shouldn't have crossed over." "I didn't mean to," Emma whispered as though speaking. The words would somehow erase the horror. "I just wanted to get out. I just wanted to find you." The distorted Isla smiled again, the smile growing wider, too wide. "You were never meant to leave. You were meant to stay. With us." A horrifying realization sank into Emma's chest, cold as ice. Her body froze, her mind unraveling. She understood now. This wasn't just a nightmare. This place wasn't an accident, it was a prison. And she, like Isla, had been chosen. The figure that had been Isla flickered again, shifting into something else, something worse. The edges of its form began to blur, the shape growing more monstrous, more undefined. The features, those hollow eyes, the gaping maw, the grotesque smile, all of it distorted, becoming something else entirely. And that's when Emma heard the whispers again. But this time the voices were inside her mind. "You are here because you were meant to be. You belong here, with us." The walls around her began to shimmer, a faint crackling noise filling the air. The world was bending, folding in on itself. The edges of reality were breaking apart, like a shattered mirror. And then she saw it. The truth. The entity was not just an abstract terror. It was ancient. It had always existed. It fed on the lost. It had been waiting for Emma, waiting for someone who could see beyond the veil, someone whose soul was open to the unknown. It had been drawing her in since the moment she entered that damnable dorm room. It wasn't just Isla it had taken. It had been hunting everyone. The lights flickered, and Emma felt her feet lift off the ground as the air around her twisted. She was caught in its gravitational pull, dragged toward the swirling chaos at the center of the abyss. The last thing she saw before everything shattered was the face of Isla. Isla, or what had once been Isla, looking back at her with hollow, soulless eyes. "Welcome home, Emma." And then darkness. When Emma opened her eyes, the darkness didn't lift. It pressed closer, as though it had become a part of her very being. The thick, oppressive air felt dense, almost solid, as though she were drowning in it. It pressed down on her chest, suffocating, and she gasped for breath, though her lungs never seemed to fill. There was no way to orient herself in this place. There were no walls, no edges, no sense of up or down. It felt as though she were adrift in some vast, infinite void. Time itself had become irrelevant, just a distant echo from another life. Her body ached. Every part of her seemed heavy, as though something was pulling her down, towards something terrible, something unknowable. The dread that seeped into her soul was like ice running through her veins, freezing her from the inside out. The weight of it pushed at her thoughts, numbing her mind. But she couldn't ignore it. Not this time. Not now. And then she felt it. A presence. It was too familiar. This suffocating, unyielding awareness of something watching, something waiting. Emma didn't have to turn to know that it was near. The air itself shifted around her, and she could feel the shape of the darkness, like a vast, looming figure, stretching taller than anything she could imagine. It towered over her, a silhouette of shifting shadows, eyes that burned through the void like embers of something ancient and dead. Entity had found her. Isla, Emma whispered, her voice barely a breath, the sound lost in the suffocating silence. She couldn't see anything, but she knew the twisted reflection of her friend was still here. It had to be. A laugh echoed through the space, hollow and cold. The laugh of something unknowable. The darkness around her seemed to fold, pulling in on itself like a nightmare, twisting its shape. And then, from the depths of the blackness, something began to form. A shape. No, not a shape. A presence. It was a figure, flickering and unstable, like a mirage made of smoke and malice. The voice came again, low and guttural, as though it came from the very depths of the earth. Emma, you have crossed the threshold. You belong to me now. You are mine. The words sent a cold shiver down Emma's spine, but she didn't dare move. The reality around her seemed to shift and sway as though the ground was unstable, as if this entire space were a construct of a broken mind. And yet, there was something terribly real about it. I will not become you, she whispered, more to herself than to the entity. The words felt hollow in her mouth, weak, but they were all she had. I won't. I can't. The thing laughed. Again, this time louder, the sound becoming a roar, a tremor that rattled her bones. The walls of the void trembled under the sheer power of it. The pressure, the weight, the crushing sensation in her chest, it all deepened. You already have, Emma. You always have. You have always belonged here in the dark. Your soul, your mind, they have always been mine. The voice twisted, distorting, into something other, something familiar yet horrifying. I am the end of all things. I am the hunger that lies beneath every soul. You have been chosen to understand that, to be consumed by it. There is no escape. There never was. The darkness seemed to ripple and pulse, an entity far older than any god, far older than time itself, stretching across dimensions. Emma could feel it in her very bones. She could feel the loneliness that it carried with it, the emptiness. It was the absence of everything, the void between stars, the place where life could never touch. She could feel it now, not just around her, but within her. You should have stayed in the light. The entity's voice was almost playful, a mockery of her earlier attempts to escape. You should have gone back. It was always meant to be this way. There is no room for light here, Emma. There is no room for hope. Emma clenched her fists. The words struck deep. They cut through her like knives, scraping at the remnants of her will. She could feel her mind unraveling thread by thread. The pull of the darkness was too strong, too powerful. It reached inside her thoughts, twisting them, bending them to its will. But amidst the chaos, a flicker of something remained. A faint, barely perceptible thread of resistance. I refuse, she whispered. I refuse to let you take me. I refuse to let you win. Her voice was weak, but it held something ancient, something human, a determination that had been buried under layers of fear and hopelessness. But it was there, buried deep. And now it was rising, pushing back the terror. I am. Not like you. I won't give in. For a moment, the world held still. The whispers, the laughter, the pressure, they all paused, as if something ancient and unmovable was watching. And then, something cracked. A small, insignificant shift, like a breaking glass. Emma felt a sharp pain in her chest as the words tore themselves from her soul. They reverberated through the void. The entity recoiled. No! It hissed, the sound more animal than human. You belong to me. You are one of us. There is no escaping the darkness. But Emma didn't listen. She didn't hear the words. She wasn't afraid anymore. The darkness wasn't her enemy. Her fear was. Her hands trembled, but she clenched them tighter. She could feel it now, the pull of the light. It was there, in the deepest corner of her mind, a faint echo from the moment before everything had shattered. The light, the warmth, the truth. She had been so focused on the darkness, on the suffocating pull of the entity, that she had forgotten. The light was the answer. The light was the key. It wasn't just a physical force, not something that could be seen or touched. It was a force of will. It was the part of her that resisted, that refused to yield to the void. The light wasn't something she could escape to. It was something she could become. And in that moment, Emma realized that the entity had made a grave mistake. "You don't control me," she whispered, more forcefully now. "You never did." The air around her began to tremble as a deep, resonating hum filled the space. The pressure lifted, just slightly, as if the world were holding its breath. She could feel it. The power of the light, the force of her will, growing stronger with every word, every breath. "You cannot take me. You cannot have me." A terrible screech echoed through the void. The entity fought back, thrashing, but its movements were slowing. Its grip on her thoughts, her soul, was weakening. The darkness itself seemed to hesitate. There was a pause, a moment of complete stillness. And then Emma knew. She had won. The light expanded, swallowing the darkness whole. It poured out from her very core, flooding the void, pushing back against the ancient force. The entity shrieked as the light consumed it, as it was burned away, reduced to nothingness. And with the entity's defeat came the crushing silence, the heavy, suffocating silence of the void. But this time, it wasn't oppressive. It wasn't isolating. It was peaceful. Emma stood alone in the stillness, her body trembling, her heart pounding. The light around her had faded, but she was no longer afraid. The entity was gone, and now she could finally breathe. But as the silence stretched on, a question lingered in her mind. Had she really escaped? There were no answers, only the echo of her own breath, the pulse of her own heart. And then, somewhere, in the far distance, she heard a voice. Isla. The darkness was gone, but Emma was unsure if she would ever truly be free. Emma's heart raced as she stumbled through the hallway, her mind a blur of confusion and fear. The world outside, the one she had fought so desperately to return to, was still the same, yet it felt completely foreign to her. The familiar walls of the dormitory, the mundane sounds of students moving about, all of it felt out of place. She could hear their voices, muffled conversations about classes, weekend plans, but it was like she was walking through a dream. The edges of reality itself were no longer sharp. Everything seemed faded, as though the world had been washed in a fog. She stopped in front of the bathroom mirror, and for the first time, she saw herself. Her reflection was different, strange. Her eyes, once filled with panic and confusion, now held something darker, a vacant look, as though she had crossed a threshold that could never be undone. Isla. The name clung to her like a shadow. She hadn't seen her since that final confrontation. Her friend had been swallowed by the darkness, twisted into something unrecognizable. The thought of her, a hollow imitation, sent a cold chill down her spine. Was she truly gone? Or was Isla somewhere in the depths of the darkness waiting? Emma's mind was spinning. She knew she had escaped. She had defeated the entity, or so she believed. But there was something gnawing at the back of her mind. Something was still not right. Her gaze shifted to the mirror, and she froze. a message. At first, it was just a faint outline, barely visible, but then it became clearer. A word, written in a script she didn't recognize, etched into the fogged glass. Home. The word seemed to pulse, as though it were alive, breathing, watching. Emma's breath caught in her throat. She backed away, her heart racing. She didn't want to look back, but something inside her pushed her to. When she turned, the message was gone. The mirror was spotless once again, its surface reflecting only her disheveled face. A strange sense of vertigo washed over her. It was like the ground beneath her feet was shifting, warping. She stumbled backward, and for the briefest of moments, her reflection blurred. In that moment, she swore she saw someone behind her, someone who wasn't supposed to be there. The figure was pale, almost translucent, standing just out of reach. No, it can't be. But before she could react, the figure vanished, and Emma was left standing in the mirror, breathless and alone. Her reflection, no longer the one she recognized, seemed to shift. The familiar contours of her face twisted, her features stretching unnaturally. The skin around her eyes darkened, bruising beneath her gaze. The reflection blinked, but Emma did not. It was Isla. The mirror cracked, a thin web of fractures spreading across the glass, and Emma recoiled. She turned and ran, her pulse pounding in her ears. She couldn't let it consume her. She couldn't let the darkness come back. But even as she fled, she could feel it creeping up on her, growing closer with each breath. "Isla, please, no," Emma whispered, as though speaking to a memory that was no longer real. The hallway stretched endlessly before her, the walls narrowing as if they were closing in. The door to her dorm room was just ahead, but with each step the room seemed to move farther away. How much of this was real? How much of it was just a twisted illusion created by the entity? The question gnawed at her, and her feet stumbled, sending her crashing to the floor. She clutched at her head, feeling the cold sweat slick her skin. The world tilted sideways. Her breath quickened. The corridor spun. "It's not over," a voice whispered, but it wasn't her own. The voice was Isla's, but it was wrong, distorted, fraying at the edges. The air around Emma thickened, and she felt herself being pulled toward the darkness again, toward the same space where the entity had first claimed her. The same void, the same inescapable pull. "I never left," the voice hissed. "I was always here." Emma stood up, trembling, and looked toward the hallway. The walls, no longer familiar, began to melt. The once solid structure of the dormitory warped and dissolved, turning to shadows. The shadows twisted and writhed, forming shapes, faces, things she couldn't even begin to understand. They were all around her, pulling her, calling her. They had been with her this entire time, waiting, watching, and now they were coming for her once more. "You will never escape." The words came from all directions, echoing in her mind, a suffocating chorus of voices. The laughter, the whispers, the screaming. It was all of it, and it was so loud that she couldn't tell if it was real or just a haunting memory from the entity's realm. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't escape. And then, in the middle of it all, a flash. A sharp pain cut through her chest, right where her heart should have been. Her vision blurred as the world around her fractured, becoming a disjointed mess of sound and color. A shadow loomed before her, tall, jagged, and monstrous. It was no longer the thing she had fought back. This was something else, something worse. It reached out to her, its cold fingers brushing against her skin. "You will belong to me, Emma." The shadow's voice wasn't just speaking to her. It was speaking through her, consuming her, bending her mind until she couldn't tell where the entity began and where she ended. It was inside her. It always had been. It had been in the fabric of her very soul since she crossed into its world. And now it was taking her back. The room collapsed around her. The last remnants of the dormitory crumbled, disintegrating into the void. The air was thick with a blackness that made her stomach churn. The ground beneath her feet shifted, and she fell once more into the endless abyss. Her body was weightless, and she knew deep down that she wasn't in control. She was nothing but a puppet in the entity's twisted game. Was there any escape left? The entity's power surged through her, feeding on her fear, her despair, her identity. She was nothing more than a vessel. It had claimed her body and soul, and there was no one left to save her. But through the growing haze of terror, a faint spark flickered in Emma's mind. A memory. She saw it now, the very first time she had walked into this place, the dormitory. The day she had met Isla, the joy, the promise of something new, something better. She had been naive, believing that she could escape everything. But now, there was no escape. Not from the entity, not from the darkness. Emma's scream echoed into the void, but it was swallowed whole by the consuming blackness. And then, nothing. The coldness in Emma's chest didn't subside. It deepened. The once familiar walls of her dormitory had dissolved into something unrecognizable, something alien. The floor beneath her feet was slick with a thick, viscous liquid, black as night, as if the very foundation of the building had bled out into the space. The shadows that had once felt like comforting edges now stretched far too long, their reach impossibly vast. She couldn't feel the ground beneath her, the weight of her body pulling her down, yet she couldn't lift her feet either. She was caught in some suspended reality, a dimension that had no time, no direction. And yet, despite the swirling chaos of dark energy, there was one thing she knew for certain. She wasn't alone. The silence that hung in the air was deafening. So much so that every crack, every groan of the shifting void felt like a scream in her ears. But that absence, the heavy weight of it, was far worse than the presence of the entity. It was like standing in the middle of a room where someone had just been, but their footsteps had long since faded. No trace remained of their passage, only the vacuum left behind. The entity, whatever it was, had threaded itself through her very mind. It wasn't just her body it wanted, it was her thoughts, her memories. You cannot escape. The voice was no longer a whisper. It was inside her head, clawing its way through her mind, reverberating in the hollow space of her skull. I am with you, Emma. I always have been. You think you've escaped. You have not even begun to understand what you are. Her eyes flitted about the empty room, the shadows consuming everything around her. But she didn't move. Her limbs felt heavy, as though they were no longer hers, as if she had no control over them. She was trapped. Physically, yes, but it was the mental cage that terrified her. A prison of her own making, one the entity had carefully constructed piece by piece, woven from threads of her greatest fears. The floor creaked beneath her feet, and the sound sent a ripple through her thoughts. She didn't need to look up to know that the reflection in the nearby mirror had changed. The cracked surface of the mirror rippled, as though it were water, its once clear reflection twisting and warping. The image before her wasn't the girl she recognized, Emma. It was someone else, someone who hadn't existed in her memories until this moment. You remember me, don't you? The voice that came from the mirror was her own, but not. It was her voice, twisted, stretched. You've always been here, Emma. You're still the girl you were when you first stepped into this world. The one who ran, the one who was always afraid. She didn't want to look, she didn't want to see, but her body betrayed her. Slowly, agonizingly, she turned toward the mirror, And there, staring back at her, was Isla. But not the Isla she remembered. No. This Isla was twisted, contorted, as though something ancient had broken her, remade her into something new, something hollow. The girl's face was devoid of emotion, her eyes black pits in her skull. She grinned at Emma, that same eerie, hollow grin she had worn in the depths of the entity's world. "You think I'm gone?" Isla's twisted reflection said. "But I am, always with you. Every time you close your eyes, I will be there. Every moment of your life I will haunt you." Emma staggered back, shaking her head. The room blurred again, her reflection flickered. Isla was gone, replaced by the walls of her dorm, but it was all wrong. The hallway outside, the rooms down the corridor, all of it wasn't right. She could see the shifting shadows, stretching into impossible forms. The blackness beyond the walls was closing in. It wasn't just the room anymore. It was everything. The dormitory was a thin shell, a fragile illusion, and in the distance something was moving. The shape of a figure. It was her, but it wasn't. Emma's throat constricted. The figure in the distance, her own figure, was walking toward her, each step slow, deliberate. The figure's movement was stiff and unnatural, as though it didn't fully belong in the world. She wanted to scream, to run, but she couldn't. Her legs wouldn't move. Emma. The voice, echoing from the approaching figure, was her own, but distorted. It was grating, filled with something dark. "You still don't understand. You never did." She tried to speak, but the words caught in her throat. It wasn't her voice that spoke, not anymore. The thing in front of her, it wasn't Isla. It wasn't even her reflection. It was the entity. It had taken her. It had taken all of them. The figure drew closer, its face twisting, elongating. And then, Emma felt it. A pressure so intense, so overwhelming, that it felt like something had just punched a hole through her chest. Her breath quickened. She gasped, but no air filled her lungs. She could feel it now, the entity inside her mind. It was everywhere, all around her, its fingers squeezing into her skull. The edges of her thoughts were disintegrating, the memories of her life cracking under the weight of its influence. What was real? What was illusion? The figure before her stopped, its eyes, black pits, endless voids, staring down at her with an intensity that made her feel like she was falling into them, drowning. "You have always been here." The voice now spoke directly into her mind, louder, harsher. "You are nothing more than a fragment of my own creation. You belong to me. You will always belong to me." "No," Emma shouted. But the word was a croak, lost in the suffocating air around her. She raised her hand, reaching for something, anything, that could stop this. But it was useless. The darkness closed in, and the edges of her vision began to blur. Her world was shifting, warping, as though she were being pulled between realities. "Ela," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Her heart thudded painfully in her chest. "Isla, where are you? Please help me." But there was no answer, only the silence, and then the laugh. It was not the laugh of a friend. It wasn't Isla. No, this laugh was cold, hollow, and it rattled her bones. It was the sound of something ancient, something that had never known compassion, never known mercy. The entity. "You never escaped," it whispered, its voice sliding through her thoughts like a serpent. "I am you, Emma. I am everything you have ever been." The floor beneath her feet cracked, the black liquid beneath her now rising, swallowing the room, swallowing her. Her legs buckled beneath her, her body going limp as the darkness engulfed her once more. "You are mine." And then, there was nothing. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty hallway, faint, almost imperceptible, like the ticking of a distant clock that had long since stopped working. But Emma was acutely aware of the rhythmic thumping, each footfall sending a jolt through her chest. Her breath quickened, her skin prickling with that familiar sense of dread. The walls, once solid and immovable, now seemed to pulse and breathe. They flexed as if alive, distorting and bending to the whims of the shadows that consumed the space. Her body moved of its own accord, her feet dragging as she shuffled forward. The room she found herself in, no, it wasn't a room. It was a hallway, a corridor long and narrow, with doors that led to nothing. She turned her head left and right, but the darkness swallowed every detail. There was no shape, no solid form, just the overwhelming weight of shadow pressing in from every direction. It was almost as if the walls were trying to close in on her, the floor buckling beneath her, groaning under the strain of the shifting world. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly, each step she took only pulling her farther into the void. She couldn't even remember how she had gotten here, if she had ever truly left the dormitory at all. Was this still her reality? Or had the entity somehow twisted it all into a dreamscape, a netherworld from which there was no escape? Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her, a flash of motion in the blackness, just at the edge of her vision. Emma froze, her breath caught in her throat. The figure seemed to ripple, like a shadow trying to take form, its shape indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness. And then she heard it, a whisper. "Emma!" Her heart skipped a beat. The voice was familiar, too familiar. She didn't want to turn, but she felt herself compelled to. Slowly, she turned her head, and there, standing at the far end of the hallway, was Isla. But it wasn't the Isla she knew. Her friend's face was distorted, stretched in unnatural ways. The skin of her cheeks was pulled tight, revealing far too many teeth. Her eyes were black voids, wide and unblinking, staring at Emma with a chilling intensity. "You think I'm gone?" The voice that came from Isla's mouth was no longer the comforting tone Emma had once known. It was empty, hollow, as if the soul of her friend had been replaced with something far darker. The words hung in the air like a virus, infecting her, thoughts spreading into her mind. "You're wrong. You can never escape me." The words echoed through the hall, growing louder and louder, until Emma clutched her head in pain, the pressure building in her skull. She could hear it, hear the laughter, the low rumble of something ancient stirring beneath the surface of the world. It wasn't just the entity now. It was Isla, too, a twisted reflection of the friend she had once loved, now broken beyond recognition. Emma had never been able to escape her, even in the entity's realm. But now she was everywhere, lingering in the darkest corners of her mind. "You were always mine," Isla's distorted voice continued. "Everything you've done, every choice you've made, has led you here." Emma wanted to scream. She tried, but no sound came. She reached out, wanting to touch Isla, to ask her what had happened, but her friend remained still, frozen at the end of the hallway. Her eyes never blinked, her lips never moved, but the voice continued to emanate from her, growing more distorted, more fractured with each word. It was as though the very fabric of Isla's soul had been consumed, and what was left was only a hollow, empty shell. "I gave you a choice, Emma. I gave you everything." Emma's eyes stung with the intensity of the moment. She squeezed them shut, as though by blocking her vision, she could block the horror from her mind. But the images kept coming, slivers of memories she thought were long buried. Moments with Isla, the laughter, the warmth, the companionship. But they were all fading now, turning to ash in her mind. The entity was never alone. It was always accompanied by something more, something darker. It was Isla, twisted and remade, and Emma realized with a shudder that Isla had always been connected to the entity. It wasn't just the two of them who had been dragged into this nightmare. It was the whole world. The entity had used Isla as a key, a way to bind Emma's soul to the twisted realm it controlled. Emma's feet moved without her direction. She couldn't stop herself, couldn't make her body obey. She was a prisoner to her mind now, and the world around her was crumbling, collapsing under the weight of her thoughts. Her eyes blurred, the edges of reality turning soft, the walls pulling her deeper into the dark. But just as she felt herself being consumed by the blackness, something broke through the haze. A memory. It wasn't Isla's face this time. It wasn't the entity's voice. It was her mother's. "Emma, you have to fight." The words rang clear through the oppressive silence. Emma snapped her eyes open, and for a brief second, the hallways shifted. She wasn't in the dark void anymore. She was back in her childhood home, her mother's house. The walls were warm, painted in soft yellows. The smell of fresh cookies filled the air. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting long shadows across the floor. Her mother was there, standing at the doorway, looking at her with kind eyes. "You can fight this, Emma. I believe in you." Tears welled in her eyes. She wanted to run to her, to escape. But the shadows were already reaching for her, pulling her back toward the hallway. Her mother's image flickered, turning into a dark silhouette. The light dimmed, and the room crumbled. "No!" Emma screamed as she tried to reach her mother, but the light was slipping through her fingers. Her mother's face was disappearing into the shadows, and the comforting warmth was replaced by the cold, crawling fingers of the entity. "You are mine, Emma." The voice enveloped her, wrapping around her like a noose. The shadows closed in once more, the walls creaking under the pressure, and Emma's vision narrowed, and then there was nothing. The cold, unyielding darkness crept in around her like a tightening vice. Emma stood frozen in the center of the hallway, her heart hammering in her chest. The flickering light overhead buzzed, casting erratic shadows that stretched far too long, contorting into impossible shapes. The world was no longer solid. It was a labyrinth of shifting perceptions, twisting and folding in on itself with each passing second. She couldn't escape the sensation that the walls were alive. Every time she tried to move forward, they seemed to shift, pulling her back into a space that wasn't real, yet felt all too real. The hallway stretched endlessly, an eternal cycle of futile escape. She had run, she had fought, but here she was again, trapped in the entity's web. "You can't run," the voice whispered, but this time it wasn't just the entity. It wasn't Isla either. No, this voice was different. It was her own. The words were suffocating like thick smoke swirling inside her lungs. Emma wanted to scream, but the sound died in her throat. Her vision blurred, her limbs heavy and sluggish, as though her very essence were being drained. "You've always been mine, Emma. All of you." Her reflection appeared before her. The same face, the same body, yet it was wrong. Her reflection was twisted, her eyes darkened with something unfamiliar, something cold and void. It smiled at her, a cruel, knowing grin. "You are nothing without me." The word sent a shockwave through her chest. She stumbled backward, unable to break free from the horrible image of herself that stood before her, like a reflection from another world, another version of her that had never existed, or perhaps had always existed. A self she had buried so deep within her mind that it could never truly be escaped. "You've tried so hard to run," the reflection continued, its voice mirroring the words of the entity itself. "But this is where you belong." Emma felt the walls close in around her, the hallways narrowing as the floor buckled beneath her. The oppressive darkness squeezed in from all sides, a living thing, its hunger growing with every passing moment. She could feel it now, the pressure, like hands pressing down on her chest, the weight of her regrets, her failures, and all the unspoken words and emotions that had been buried for so long. The darkness fed on them. Her legs shook, her breath shallow and erratic. She tried to turn away, but her body wouldn't obey. It was her fault, all of it. She had been selfish. She had ignored Isla, had dismissed the warning signs. And now Isla was gone, replaced by something far worse. The reflection in the mirror twisted again, its mouth stretching impossibly wide, until it was a grotesque mockery of a smile. "You are mine, Emma. You will never escape me." But as the reflection laughed, its laugh hollow and shrill, something snapped inside of her. "No!" Emma gasped, her voice breaking through the choking silence. She took a step forward, her feet unwilling but compelled, dragging her body toward the glass, toward the reflection that had become her prison. "I am not yours." Her own words rang out like a desperate plea, but they were more than that. They were a command. The power of her own will surged, overwhelming the entity's hold on her for a fleeting second. The shadows recoiled, pulling back, the pressure on her chest easing ever so slightly. It was as if the very act of rejecting the entity, of fighting back, had momentarily weakened its grip. She reached forward, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the surface of the mirror. The reflection rippled like water, the image of her twisted form flickering between normal and grotesque. "You can't change what you are," the reflection sneered. "I am your truth. I am your soul." But Emma could see something beneath the twisted mask of the reflection, a flicker, a hint of the girl she had once been, the girl who had laughed with Isla, who had walked into the dorm with bright eyes and a hopeful heart. That girl was buried beneath the shadow, but she was still there. Somewhere. "No," Emma whispered again, a bit more forcefully this time. "I am not you. I am me." The mirror crackled as if it were made of glass and lightning. The cracks spider-webbed. Out from the point of her touch, each fracture breaking apart the reflection, splintering it into thousands of shards, all shattering into the air like broken glass. The world around her trembled. The hallway shifted again, this time violently, as though the very structure of the building was coming undone. Emma fell to her knees, the cold concrete biting into her skin, but the overwhelming pressure of the entity began to lift. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she could breathe. "You can't do this," the voice said, distant and disembodied. "You cannot escape." The air hummed with an unnatural energy, the dark space surrounding her flickering like an old film reel, as if the walls and floor themselves were made of nothing more than fragile memories. The shadow that had once consumed her mind, her spirit, wavered for just a moment. The entity was struggling to maintain its form, the hold on Emma beginning to weaken as the shattered reflection of her mind started to piece itself together. She wasn't fully free. No, not yet. But she could feel the first true sense of clarity returning to her. She couldn't explain how, but she knew. The entity was terrified. Terrified of what? Emma wasn't entirely sure, but in that brief flicker of freedom, she saw the truth. The entity needed her, needed all of them, to believe it was invincible, to remain under its control. It thrived on their fear, on their doubt, and on their deepest, darkest emotions. And that fear had been Emma's greatest weapon all along. Her hand, still trembling from the shock, slowly reached up and wiped away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. She could hear the voices again, the whispers, the laughter, but they didn't seem so loud now. They didn't have the same power over her. They weren't so overwhelming. The entity's presence was still there, lurking in the corners of her mind. but it was fading. And for the first time in a long time, Emma felt a strange kind of hope. The hallway in front of her began to change. The darkness, once an all-encompassing void, now began to shift into something else, something familiar, something she recognized. The walls returned to their original form, the shadows settling into their rightful places. The air no longer felt thick with dread. It felt clear. Emma stood up slowly, her body still aching, her limbs stiff from the strain of the entity's mental grip. But she wasn't afraid anymore. The terror that had once paralyzed her was starting to unravel, thread by thread, as the reflection of the woman she had always been began to reassert itself. For the first time, Emma understood that it wasn't just about escaping the entity's world, it was about remembering who she was, and Emma remembered. The air was still, thick with an oppressive silence that felt heavier than any physical weight Emma had ever known. She stood in the now familiar hallway, the walls stretching far beyond her sight, their cracked surfaces whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand. The dim light above flickered erratically, casting warped shadows that crawled along the floor like restless spirits. For a moment, Emma was unsure whether the world around her was real. It had become so fluid, so unstable, that it seemed to morph and twist with every breath she took. But something was different now. Something had changed. The fear that had gnawed at her for so long had started to fade, replaced by something raw, something unfamiliar but necessary. A quiet, steely resolve. Her mind was no longer a battlefield. It was the battleground. The entity, once a menacing shadow, now felt less certain. It lashed out from the corners of her mind, its presence cold and suffocating, but Emma had finally seen it for what it truly was, a parasite, a reflection of her own fear and trauma, masquerading as something far more powerful than it truly was. She wasn't alone. She hadn't been alone for so long. Not even in the deepest part of her terror, when the walls seemed to close in and the dark whispers twisted her every thought, had she truly been abandoned. Isla's memory lingered in the recesses of her mind, not as the creature, the entity, had twisted her into, but as the friend she had once known. And her mother's voice still echoed, faint but persistent, urging Emma to fight, to keep going, even when the darkness seemed impenetrable. Emma clenched her fists, her nails biting into her palms. She had been running from this place for too long, running from herself, from the very things that haunted her. The guilt, the fear, the unanswered questions, they had all brought her to this moment, to this crossroads. With each passing second, the entity's whispers grew louder, more desperate. It was circling, trying to latch onto any crack, any weakness in her resolve. "You can't escape," it hissed, its voice 1,000 different echoes in her mind. "You belong to me." Emma closed her eyes, steadying her breath, grounding herself. This was the final test, the final confrontation. She had no choice but to face it, to face herself. The hallway began to blur. Her feet slipped beneath her, and the very ground seemed to dissolve into a sea of darkness. The world shifted violently, throwing her into an abyss, but Emma's mind remained sharp. She refused to let the fear drown her. She reached out, as if to grasp at the fleeting thread of reality, and it was then that she saw it, the mirror. The cracked surface gleamed faintly in the void, a reflection of her own face staring back at her. But this time it was different. The girl in the mirror was whole, her eyes no longer voids of terror. Her reflection smiled at her, a small, tentative smile that spoke of strength, of endurance. The mirror pulsed with a soft, comforting glow, and for a moment, Emma wondered if it was an illusion. But as she stepped toward it, something shifted. The darkness that had clung to her began to recede, the shadow that had chased her for so long, pursuing, taunting, devouring her at every turn, began to fade, its presence thinning like mist in the morning sun. But the entity wasn't finished. "You cannot undo what's been done," it snarled, a bitter, venomous growl creeping from every corner of the room. "I am part of you now. I will always be part of you." The walls trembled. The ground beneath her feet cracked open, threatening to swallow her whole. Emma felt herself falling, her body twisting in mid-air, the world breaking apart around her like shattered glass. She could hear the entity's laughter, cruel and mocking, as if it were savoring every moment of her descent into madness. But she didn't fall. With a deep breath, Emma brought herself back. Her feet touched the ground once more, firm and resolute. She stood tall. The mirror before her was no longer a fractured, warped version of reality. It was whole, its surface clean, clear, a portal perhaps, or just another reflection. It no longer pulled her in. It challenged her. "I am not afraid of you." The words left her mouth with a finality that shook the very core of the entity's form. The darkness recoiled, flinching back from her defiance, as if the light she had summoned within herself had become an unbearable flame. For the first time, Emma saw it for what it was, a parasite, an illusion born of her own fractured mind. A fool trying to wield fear as a weapon, yet incapable of seeing through the veil of her will. "No," the entity hissed, its voice now cracking, shattering as its form flickered like a dying candle. "You can't." But it was too late. The moment Emma had chosen to face her fears, the moment she had summoned the strength to reject the illusion, was the moment the entity's hold began to disintegrate. It howled, a sound like 1,000 voices, screaming in unison as if its very essence was being torn apart. The darkness that had once seemed so invincible began to unravel, thread by thread, falling apart like sand through her fingers. Emma took a step forward, into the mirror, her hand reaching out. She felt it then, a flood of memories, not just of Isla, but of everything she had buried. The good moments, the joy, the love and the pain, the regret. But it wasn't the suffocating weight of those memories anymore. It was freedom. She wasn't running anymore. She was embracing what had happened, what she had lost, and what she could still save. She stepped into the mirror, the world shattered. When Emma opened her eyes, she was back in the dorm. The familiar room surrounded her. The old furniture, the half-open textbooks scattered across the floor. The air was crisp, and the faint hum of the outside world filtered in through the thin window. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting its pale light across the room. For a moment she simply stood there, frozen in disbelief. It was real. This was real. She wasn't trapped anymore, but she could feel the entity's presence lingering, like a shadow in the back of her mind, just out of reach. It hadn't truly gone, not completely, but it was weakened. It was no longer the all-consuming force it had once been. It was just a shadow now, a fleeting echo of something long dead, and somewhere far off in the distance, Emma could almost hear Isla's voice, not distorted or twisted, but clear, soft, comforting and filled with love. "You did it," Isla whispered. "You saved yourself." Emma closed her eyes, allowing herself to breathe deeply, to feel the light, to feel the weight lift from her chest. There was no grand resolution, no final victory, but she knew this. She had faced the darkness within, and she had won.